Chapter 153. Wang Chuxue pretended to be confused and looked to the side. She blushed and didn't dare to look at Su Fengnian in the eyes. She was so cute. Generally speaking, the bigger the turtle, the older the smaller it was. It was the best in winter, followed by spring and autumn. The worst was the summer turtle, which was considered as a mosquito by the gluttons. However, the turtle in the spring god lake was a special case. The older it was, the better it was. Wang Chuxue, the greedy girl, didn't hesitate at all. She moved her chopsticks quickly. Wang Lingquan looked at her several times but didn't get any response. Su Fengnian found it funny. He was disgusted by her dress, but after the meal, he liked her a lot. Women were straightforward, innocent, and beautiful. No matter how beautiful a woman was, if she acted coquettishly, it would be a death sentence in Su Fengnian's eyes. Wang Chuxue seemed to want to change the topic. She didn't hesitate to use her trump card. She whispered, "The stone tablet Dahe is carrying has a lot of ancient characters in Xiaozhuan, but I can't understand them. I checked many ancient books and barely recognized a few sentences. It seems to say that there is a spirit mountain in the east of the East Sea. If someone learns this technique, he will be immortal. There is also a destiny, asking about divination, carrying the tomes of arcane, God's imperial ghost. As for the rest, I don't know anything about it." Su Fengnian nodded. Wang Chuxue got closer and asked, "Don't you want to see it?" Su Fengnian didn't ask, as she expected. He held back his laughter and said, "I'll pretend that I don't want to see it." Wang Chuxue smiled, turned around, and patted the big turtle's head. The turtle didn't seem to be willing, so she continued to pat it. Perhaps it couldn't resist the little girl's unreasonable patting. It roared and flashed. The wordless steel squeaked. The yang side of the steel caved in, revealing the inscriptures on the wall. Su Fengnian stood up, squinted his phoenix eyes, and took a quick glance at the steel. He memorized it quickly. He didn't recognize any of the ancient characters, but he remembered all the characters. No wonder Su Fengnian was so snobbish. Perhaps one day, this heavenly book would be a golden ticket to avoid death. After memorizing everything, Su Fengnian pointed to his forehead and said frankly, "I've seen everything clearly. They're all hidden here." The little girl really didn't understand the viciousness of human relationships at all. She didn't take it seriously and only said with admiration, "You really have a photographic memory? My father didn't lie to me." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Why don't we also write something on the stone tablet for future generations to guess?" Wang Chuxue was stunned for a moment before she clapped her hands and said, "Okay." Su Fengnian pulled out his spring thunder saber and walked to the back of the stone tablet with Wang Chuxue. He asked, "What does it say?" This pair of buffoons, one was audacious to the extreme, the other rebellious. Only when they got together would they dare to do such absurd things. Wang Chuxue thought for a moment and said with a smile, "How about we write that Su Fengnian and Wang Chuxue were here?" Su Fengnian gave her a thumbs up and nodded in appreciation. "Why don't we add the date?" Wang Chuxue smiled happily, and her small canine teeth could be seen again. Su Fengnian's handwriting was good. Even if he used a saber to carve the words, the saber still moved like dragons and snakes. Especially after practicing with the saber, the momentum was even more amazing. The little girl's heart swayed as she looked at him. Su Fengnian looked at the masterpiece on the stone tablet and laughed. This was probably a magnificent feat that no one had been able to do for thousands of years, right? Su Fengnian sat down again, with his back against the stone tablet. He waved at Wang Chuxue and motioned for her to sit closer. The two of them were almost shoulder to shoulder. The little girl whispered, "If only you could bring a saber and enter Bei Meng alone." Su Fengnian asked doubtfully. Why? Wang Chushue said shyly. There's a man in a novel who did this. He used the head of the Beimang emperor as a betrothal gift. Su Fengnian thought for a moment. That's feasible. Wang Chushue lowered her head and said softly, if that's the case, I'll write you 300 poems. Su Fengnian didn't think too much about it. He just smiled and said, then I'll still lose out. I'll have to exchange the head of a Beimang barbarian for a poem. Wang Chushue still lowered her small head. Her side profile was graceful. Under the moonlight, the soft hair on her delicate ears could be faintly seen. Su Fengnian stretched out a finger and lifted her soft chin. He saw that her cheeks were red and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. Su Fengnian touched her lips with his finger and said frivolously, grow up quickly, I'll pick you again. She was pulled into Su Fengnian's arms. Su Fengnian said softly, why do you like me? Girl, you're really unlucky. Wang Chushue played with her fingers. Her eyes were absent-minded. I've known you since I can remember. Father said that you'll definitely be the most amazing man in the world. I've been listening and watching from Mount Lao. It'll be the same in the future. When I grow up, will you really come back to see me? How old will I be when I grow up? I'm 16 this year. Is 17 enough? Su Fengnian rubbed his chin against her pink face. He smiled but didn't say anything. When she spoke, her breath smelled like orchids. It was even more fragrant than spring tea. Su Fengnian thought of her sparrow tongue and felt a burst of heat in his heart. I'll endure it. A real man is able to endure what ordinary people can't. Wang Chushue boldly reached out to touch the red mark between Su Fengnian's eyebrows. Her fingers gently rubbed against it. Su Fengnian explained with a smile, I'm not learning how to put on makeup like you girls. It's the trace of Wudong's previous sect leader's cultivation. I've only just reached the 2nd floor, the highest 6th floor. I have to study Taoist scriptures day and night to guide my qi. Taoism emphasizes turtle breathing, just like how this turtle seals its qi at the bottom of the lake. That's why I have to cultivate even when I sleep, for fear of squandering my qi. Wang Chushue looked up and asked, are you tired? Su Fengnian smiled. There's nothing to be tired about. It's natural to get used to it. I hope that when I travel in the future, I don't have to bring a large group of retainers to save my life. As for going to Beimang alone, like you said, I'll have to practice my knife even more. Wang Chushue shook her head. Don't go. I'm just kidding. It's dangerous. Su Fengnian held Wang Chushue's face with both hands and lowered his head to kiss her mouth greedily and wantonly. The sparrow tongue was soft and sweet. Wang Chushue's eyes widened. He obviously didn't know anything about relationships. He wasn't the Wang Dongxiang who could write the first book about scholars and beauties. After Su Fengnian raised his head again, she slowly closed her eyes. Su Fengnian smiled. From today onwards, you're my woman. In the future, if you talk to any scholar or talent, I'll spank you. Wang Chushue didn't move in his arms. She only said softly, kiss me again. Su Fengnian shook his head. No more kisses. Otherwise, you'll completely become a woman. Wang Chushue opened her limpid eyes. She seemed to understand. On the banks of the Swallow River, an exaggeratedly large black and white cat sprinted out of the forest and rushed straight into the river. However, when it reached the riverbank, it suddenly stopped, and a young girl riding on the big cat was almost thrown into the river. The girl riding the cat was carrying a huge golden flower. This flower was originally called Yizhong chrysanthemum. It bloomed towards the sun and was also known as the sunflower. After the big cat stopped, the sunflower in the girl's hand shook violently. She seemed to be dissatisfied that the strange mount under her, but was so timid and afraid of water. She didn't scold it and directly punched the big cat's head. The big cat, who was afraid of water to a certain extent, shook its head and pitifully looked at its owner, who brought it from Shishu to Bailiang and raised it from a kitten to a big cat. The girl punched again. Although her body was thin and weak, her punch was powerful. It hit the big cat's head with a bang. She jumped off the big cat's back and came behind its, but as if she wanted to kick it into the Swallow River. The big cat whimpered and ran away. It didn't run far. After running a short distance, it squatted on the ground, charmingly naive. The girl pointed her chin at the Swallow River, indicating that the pet should jump down voluntarily. The big cat shook its head desperately. She shook her chin again. The big cat shook its head again. The girl carrying the sunflower was expressionless and chuckled. The big cat knew that it was not good, so it rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. The girl walked closer and put the sunflower on the ground. She grabbed the big cat's foot with both hands. She didn't use much strength and carried it on her shoulder. She threw it over her shoulder into the center of the river. Then she clapped her hands and picked up the sunflower on the ground. The big cat smashed a column of water into the sky in the Swallow River. After a while, the big cat, who was afraid of water, seemed to be enlightened. It flapped its four paws and swam freely in the Swallow River. It changed various positions and was very happy. The girl jumped onto the big cat's back and sat down. She commanded the rude pet that had defeated the adult tiger Kuei in Mount Qingcheng to swim to the spring god lake. She was in a good mood, so she laughed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 154. Today's 2 chapters are 8,500 words. Tomorrow's first chapter will be after 12 o'clock. Admiring the moon and admiring the lake, taking liberties with the little beauty, and also carving a string of absurd characters on the stone tablet, Su Fengnian was completely satisfied. Together with Wang Chudong, he returned to Mount Lao on a turtle. Ning Amei and the others felt relieved, returning to the Wang family's courtyard. They first sent the little girl to the small courtyard door. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Fengnian kissed her again. The girl returned to the courtyard and sat on the swing. She stood on her tiptoes and gently swayed. Wang Chudong's finger was on her lips, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. She thought of the many things he said. If I could walk the Jianghu just by relying on my handsome appearance, this heir apparent would have been unparalleled in the world long ago. Shameless and shameless, Wang Chudong thought about it and laughed without stopping. Su Fengnian's praise of her talent was not wrong. This girl had read a lot of books since she was a child, including the 4 books and 5 classics, and also casual books. Therefore, Wang Chudong's writing was always natural. In Qingzhou, there was a custom of writing on the 2nd day of the 2nd month. She wrote, the sound of frogs passing through the green screen. Outside the building, the waves of the great river washing away the sand. Half of it was in the boudoir, but the second half took a sharp turn to show off her heroism. Therefore, when people commented on snow on the East Wing, they all said that Wang Chudong used light ink to write strong feelings, often with hundreds of twists and turns, word by word penetrating people's hearts. She deeply understood the saint's saying, joy without lust, sorrow without pain. At the end of the book, may all lovers find their way together. Wang Linquan walked into the small courtyard and swung the swing for his daughter. He laughed and said, Father was right. His Royal Highness is clearly a clever person. Like I said, the son taught by the great general, and Wang Fei can't be too bad. Hey, that year His Highness was already holding a saber. Today, seeing 2 sabers in your hands, I am very gratified. Father hates seeing those self-proclaimed gentle, courteous, and thrifty Confucian scholars in Qingzhou. They are far less straightforward than His Highness. I heard you hit Commander Zhao's son in the tea house. Well done. If you don't hit them, they won't learn from their mistakes. I was just thinking of using money to make these guys see if a woman's pillow talk is more powerful than real money. Wang Chudong nodded, turned his head, and said, Father, I won't write the epilogue of East Wing. Wang Linquan sat on one side of the swing and said, Kindly, if you don't want to write, then don't write. Otherwise, the concubines in the palace won't miss you as if they've been possessed. The little girl mischievously said, There will definitely be people who will say that my talents have run out. Wang Linquan laughed heartily and said, That bunch of poor and pedantic scholars have nothing better to do. They can't hold a brush to write a good poem. They can't mount a horse and lift a saber to kill the enemy. Why should I care about them? My daughter scolding them is already giving them a lot of face. Before Wang Linquan left, he said earnestly, Daughter, it's still too early to make a private commitment. Wait for another 2 years. Wang Chudong, whose face was flushed red, waved his small fist. Wang Linquan came to His Royal Highness' small courtyard and knocked on the door. He saw His Highness sitting in the middle of the courtyard with a red sandalwood sword case on the table. Only the maidservant Bluebird was standing to the side. Su Fengnian was just about to get up when Wang Linquan said in a panic, Your Highness, you don't have to get up. This old servant doesn't dare to accept. Su Fengnian didn't say much. The difference in status and etiquette couldn't be dispelled with just a few words. After Wang Linquan sat down, he carefully looked at the sword case that he didn't dare to forget for so many years. After all the old soldiers left the Bailiang army, there were a few things that they couldn't forget. When he was in the barracks, there was an invincible Su flag. Wang Linquan was a real soldier of Su Shao and was fortunate enough to see and remember more things. One of them was the sword case on the table. The sword case was hidden in the sword case. In Wang Fei's hands, it could be described as 10,000 li grieving wind, one cold sword. It was worthy of being called the first sword in the world. There was a poem in the previous generation that said, One sword light, 30 provinces, Gang Chi shooting bull. It was enough to show Wang Fei's peerless talent. Wang Linquan's eyes filled with hot tears as he looked at the sword case. These years, he was stained with the stench of money. But in the dead of the night, every time he thought about the general's ferocious army and throwing 100,000 horse whips into the river, he would be extremely excited. It was this spirit that supported Wang Linquan until today. Su Fengnian slowly closed his eyes and brushed 2 fingers across the sword case. There were 18 words engraved on the sword case. It was his mother who had personally written them. His mother was the previous sword crown of the Wu family. Although she had betrayed the family for Su Shao, many of the rules were still followed. After she passed away, the armored sword attendant Zhao Yute guarded the grave and buried the sword. It wasn't accurate to call it a cenotaph. The Wu family sword tomb was fully deserving of being called a sword tomb. Cultivators did not respect the way of the heavens. Even if they cultivated until their hair turned white, they still couldn't enter the way of the heavens. So on and so forth. If a swordsman didn't respect or feel close to his sword, most likely his realm wouldn't be very high. Although Dong Tai, who had carried the great cauldron of swordsmanship for Li Chungang, casually carried a peach blossom branch and seemed unrestrained and not proper as an expert, Dong Tai had already made it clear that it wasn't that he disdained to carry a sword. It was just that there were very few opponents in the world who were worthy of him using a sword. Wang Xianji was one of them, and Chao Guanzi and the like were only half a match. Su Fengnian's journey this time wasn't simply to vent the resentment he'd held in for 3 years. Other than secretly drawing the geography of several thousand li, it was also to connect with Wang Linquan and the other former Bailiang subordinates. These weren't imparted to him by Su Shao, who was publicly acknowledged in the dynasty as a lovable father who never nagged Fengnian about how to act and how to conduct himself. Rin too only allowed His Royal Highness to cause trouble, and then happily cleaned up his son's mess. His Royal Highness had groups of retainers and death warriors under his command. Why did he have to practice the blade alone? He didn't really want to simply be a fierce general who charged and broke through enemy lines. For this kind of thing, he had a younger brother, Huang Manor, who was born with divine strength. In the future, Su Longxiang would carry the blade. Who could compete with him? No matter what, it wouldn't be Su Fengnian's turn. Was it for old Huang's sake? Did he want to retrieve the sword case at the top of Martial Emperor's city for the old servant who had lost his front teeth? Part of the reason was, but the most secretive was the most difficult thing for the Su family to let go of. Chapter 155. Before the Su family rushed to Bailiang, the Wangfei had gone to the palace alone. At the time, there were more than a dozen first-level aces present, half of them from the inner court and half of them from Jianghu. This was a taboo that those who knew about it kept quiet out of fear. It was a secret that had been covered in the dust of history in a short 20 years. Su Fengnian knew what the old emperor was planning if Su Shao did not have a son. So what if he was also the king of Bailiang? Su Fengnian didn't even need to be reminded of such a clumsy emperor's scheme. The 300,000 steel cavalrymen would eventually become the property of the imperial family in the future. As for the hidden aces of Jianghu, most of them had their families destroyed when the Su family rode their horses into Jianghu. Or they were the ancestors of the 10 great clans who wanted to avenge their country and family. They had dealt a fatal blow to Su Shao when he was at his peak. Was there a better way to vent their hatred? However, they had not expected that the pregnant Wangfei would go from being a sword in the mortal world to being a sword in the mortal world. When a martial artist surpassed heavenly phenomenon and became a swordsman on land, he could no longer be measured by common sense. In the long run, both sides had suffered great losses in that battle. There was no winner. The Bailiang cavalry, who had been loyal to the dynasty, had formed an irreparable gap with the court. The Wangfei had fallen ill and died young. Su Fengnian had a book of life and death. It recorded the names of the dozen people who had appeared in the palace that day. 1/3 of them had died, suddenly none of them from old age. Su Fengnian was already 30 years old. In the future, he would want to kill these people with his own hands. Even if he could not do it in his lifetime, it was better than doing nothing. Su Shao had not hesitated to become enemies with the entire Jianghu for the sake of the court's 100 years of prosperity. Su Fengnian wanted to flatten this Jianghu even more than Su Shao. There were always some things that did not need to be explained. Su Shao could bring him 20 years of stability. When he went out, he would be escorted by armored cavalry, and there were even death warriors in the open and in the dark. However, Su Shao would also grow old one day. Su Zhao's heart was built by fighting for the country. Su Fengnian wanted to fight for the Su family and take over the Bailiang cavalry. This was not a small matter. Bailiang valued military service and revered martial arts. If he really listened to his second sister Su Weisheng and wholeheartedly took over the army, Su Fengnian did not have the confidence. Su Fengnian had been asking himself all these years, without Su Shao, what was he? Su Fengnian subconsciously tightened his grip on his swords and exhaled a long breath. Wang Linquan recalled the past and said with emotion, when the great general pacified Western Shu military advisor, Shao was only 10 li away from the imperial city of Western Shu. Unfortunately, he died of illness. The great general led the army to break the river to comfort military advisor Zhao's soul in heaven, who in Western Shu would not be afraid. Su Fengnian said in a low voice, "The Bailiang cavalry can only fight to the death." Wang Linquan nodded. "Only fight to the death." The art of war was deceitful, but Su Xiao did the opposite. No matter how aggressive his army was, the Bailiang cavalry could only fight to the death. Su Fengnian smiled. Su Xiao's visit to the capital to meet the emperor will most likely create a mess in the capital. Wang Linquan kept quiet and did not dare to speak. Su Fengnian did not mind telling this old soldier some family matters that would cause a huge uproar. Wang Linquan dared to kneel and cry at the dock in front of countless eyes. If Su Fengnian did not even have this much magnanimity, he would not be able to take over Su Xiao's horsewhip in the future. He did not even need to wander around Jianghu. It would be better for him to go back and hide in Bailiang Palace. He signaled Bluebird to bring some wine and said, "Uncle Wang, we are all family. Let's not talk about being strangers. When I came to Mount Lao this time, you openly displayed the attitude of an old subordinate of Bailiang. You are destined to be targeted by many people in Qingzhou and even the imperial court. I will tell Chu Lushan to keep an eye out for you. If things really get out of hand, I will let Su Xiao speak. I don't believe that the king of Jing and Zhao Heng, who was whacked by Su Xiao on the head with a horsewhip, will dare to offend him. As for Su Xiao coming to the capital, I guess he is going to ask for a clear result of my hereditary succession to ensure that in the future I will be able to wear a large yellow satin boa robe that will not lose to his court robes." Hereditary succession. When Wang Linquan, who usually looked old and dim-sighted, heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Bailiang's 300,000 cavalrymen, as well as all the old subordinates scattered across the dynasty, who would not be worried about this. The meaning of the word hereditary was clear. It meant that one would inherit one's father's title, salary, and land. If one did not inherit it, then it would be a question, and it would not be changed or abolished. This was because even the vassal kings of the imperial family, other than the king of Yanxi and the king of Guangling, who had great military achievements, were treated as special cases. According to the vassal clan law, all of them had to be inherited according to their seniority. For example, the king of Jing and Zhao Heng's son, without great military achievements, could only inherit the title of a lower-level prince. Once Su Fengnian was recognized as hereditary by the imperial court, he would still be the king of Bailiang. This was why there was the large yellow satin boa robe. Only the 9 and 5 supreme sovereign and the 9 dragons 5 claws could be considered an imperial yellow robe. Su Fengnian did not mind wearing the boa robe to trample the Jianghu. He just wanted to anger, scare, and beat those bastards to death. Wang Linquan only felt satisfied. At this moment, Bluebird brought over some good wine. The old man drank a cup and wiped his mouth with a smile. Now, no one in Bailiang will dare to be dissatisfied. Su Fengnian drank all the wine in his cup and said self-deprecatingly, "But I only have the ability to break through 6 ranks with 1 blade. I really can't show it." Wang Linquan said disapprovingly, "His Royal Highness is a genius. If he really wants to practice the blade, he can easily become a first-rank expert." Su Fengnian joked, "Uncle Wang, you say it so easily, but it really is not easy for me to practice the blade." Wang Linquan only cared about smiling. He silently said, "Uncle Wang," a few times in his heart. This was even more heartwarming than the wine in his stomach. Wang Linquan suddenly said with a regretful expression, "My 2 sons are useless. They only know how to study. They won't be able to lead your highness' horse." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "It doesn't make sense." Wang Linquan refuted his royal highness for the first time. He said solemnly, "Your highness, as long as Wang Linquan is alive, the Wang family will be at your disposal. There is no greater reason in the world than this." Su Fengnian did not know how to persuade him. He raised his cup and drank the wine in the glass again. He said softly, "I just don't know if the imperial court will take away Su Zhao's title as the pillar of the nation." Wang Linquan was silent. The two drank a pot of wine. Wang Linquan respectfully knelt on the ground again before he got up and left. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the sword case. He looked at the 18 words. This sword calms the injustices of the world. This sword does not let down the world. Chapter 156. Su Fengnian drank jug after jug, 3 jugs of wine in a row, and then fell asleep directly on the stone table. Bluebird covered his Royal Highness with a mink coat and sat quietly on the side. Su Fengnian woke up early in the morning and saw Bluebird sitting upright and still. He smiled apologetically while Bluebird smiled. Su Fengnian pulled out his xiudong and practiced his saber in the courtyard for 2 hours. He began to try to select the most exquisite sword moves from the compendium of 1,000 swords materia medica, whale-killing sword, flying swords of Dunhuang, Greenwater Pavilion sword practice record, and other secret manuals. He then integrated them into his saber art, using the mental cultivation method of riding an ox as a foundation. He strived to merge them all into one. However, it was easier said than done to reach the pinnacle of the 50 moves that Aunt Zhao had suggested. At this moment, Su Fengnian's saber practice inevitably failed to draw a tiger and ended up looking like a dog. His saber movements were rather stagnant. Practicing like this would only yield half the result with twice the effort. However, Su Fengnian had an advantage that no one paid attention to, which was that he had cultivated an extraordinary willpower since childhood. As a child, he had copied books. As a teenager, he had played chess, and he had traveled for 3 years and 6,000 li. As His Royal Highness, he had an impetuous temperament. Otherwise, with his family's numerous lackeys and his background of owning an arsenal, how could he calm down and practice his saber? Until now, he had only broken 6 with 1 saber move. If it were other arrogant sons of aristocratic families, they would have stomped their feet and cursed. After sweating all over, he returned to his room and changed into the clean new clothes that Bluebird had bought at Qingfu's satin shop yesterday. His whole body felt comfortable, just as he was about to eat breakfast. He saw that Wang Chudong, who slept the most in the world, was up early for the first time. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard and pinched the corner of her clothes. Su Fengnian waved his hand, and they ate together. Wang Chudong ate in a carefree manner. Su Fengnian wiped away the remaining food from the corner of her mouth several times. Today, Su Fengnian was going to leave Mount Lao to go to Xiangfan, which was said to be the second Fengdu. As the breakfast neared the end, Wang Chudong's expression became more and more miserable. Even with her shrewdness, she couldn't hide it. Su Fengnian also didn't try to persuade her. After eating, he took the little girl to the white jade guanyin. When Su Fengnian told her not to see him off later, Wang Chudong was completely heartbroken. She sobbed and wiped her face like a kitten. She said vaguely, "When I grow up, remember to come back and see me." Su Fengnian flicked Wang Chudong's nose and teased, "Look, your face is covered in tears. No wonder they say that a grown girl can't be kept at home. Your father loved you for nothing." Wang Chudong, who won first place in the world, wrote in the book that the woman who loved him died. At that time, she also hid and cried secretly. However, after she was addicted to sleep, eat, and play, her tears faded. However, she didn't know that when Wang Chudong was no longer Wang Chudong and was only a young queen in the beginning of winter, not to mention parting with death, even if they were fated to meet again, it was also so heart-wrenching. She wanted to tell Su Fengnian that she might not like to sleep in the future. She wanted to ask what she should do if she missed him, but couldn't see him. However, she could only cry and couldn't say anything. Su Fengnian couldn't bear to see a woman cry. He couldn't bear to hear her sobbing. He raised his voice and told her not to cry. She immediately closed her mouth, obediently. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hands and pinched her red face. He lowered his head and touched the tip of her nose. He said softly, "Don't worry. On the way to the southeast, there will be a lot of gossip about me in Qingzhou. Just wait, there will be a surprise." Wang Chudong nodded and squeezed out a smile. "I will write a poem for you." Su Fengnian didn't take it seriously. He also promised the little girl that he would write a poem for a Beimeng's head. If there really was such a day, wouldn't she be busy to death? Su Fengnian suddenly felt a little annoyed that he was too careless in leaving a mark in her heart. He remembered that Yu Yue once sang a poem, "When you're ignorant, you don't miss. Only when you miss, will you miss." Wasn't it talking about the young girl in front of him, His Royal Highness? Even in the Wudong Yuan of the prince's mansion, other than Blue Bird and Sweet Potato, he didn't dare to have any feelings for the other maids. He didn't overdo it for more than 10 years. What he was afraid of was those unpredictable, natural, and man-made disasters. If a woman close to him withered away, Su Fengnian didn't want to bear this pain. Su Fengnian didn't know that this poem of lovesickness happened to come from Qingzhou's Wang Dongxiang's first snow. It could be said that Wang Chudong's words came true. The group of people arrived at the dock. Su Fengnian boarded the boat and sailed further and further away from Mount Lao. Yu Yue walked forward and whispered, "You don't know Wang Dongxiang?" Su Fengnian was baffled and asked, "Who?" Yu Yue smiled playfully and said, "You haven't read First Snow in the East Wing?" Su Fengnian frowned and said, "When I heard Li Hanlin say that the ending was completely dead, I didn't want to flip through it. Last time when my eldest sister returned to Liangzhou, she brought a copy of East Wing with her and forced me to read it to her. It wasn't easy for me to escape." Yu Yue lowered her head and stroked the white cat, Wu Meinyang. She said softly, "That Wang family's youngest daughter is Wang Dongxiang. From First Snow, I wish all the lovers in the world will find their way together." This sentence is even familiar to Beimeng. Su Fengnian whispered, "No wonder." Yu Yue raised her head and said, "Wang Dongxiang can not only write graceful poems. Although she has never traveled to the border, she can even write frontier poems with a special charm. I came to Liangzhou and didn't recite poems. Turns out Liangzhou is a magnificent literary work. Even the Great Pillar State praised this poem before." Chapter 157. Su Fengnian laughed and scolded. "Su Xiao doesn't know anything about poetry." However, His Royal Highness added softly, "But the little girl's poem is indeed a little interesting." Yu Yue smiled. Wu Meinyang, who was getting fatter, stretched lazily in her arms. In the ghost town of Xiangfan, there was one of the 6 feudal lords. The king of Jing, and Zhao Heng was one of the few princes in the imperial family who was good at both civil and martial arts, but he was neither high nor low. His literary talent was not as good as his younger brother, the king of Huainan, and his martial arts were not as good as his 2 brothers, the king of Yanlu and Guangling. Perhaps it was because he was disheartened that he began to believe in the teachings of Huang Laozi when he was young. At one point, he had thought of going to Mount Longhu to become a Taoist priest. In the last 2 years, he had abandoned Taoism and studied Buddhism. He had mustered a lot of people and had specially asked His Majesty for a special decree to go to the 2 Zen temples to burn incense. He had even taken the initiative to become a disciple of the black-clothed monk Yang Tai-sui. Unfortunately, the sickly old monk had turned a deaf ear to him and had never paid him any attention. Zhao Heng was now studying the Western sect. He had 108 won beads in his hands all year round. He was as melancholic and fickle as a woman. Su Xiao had said that Zhao Heng was as gloomy as a jealous woman. He prayed to Buddhism because he had committed too many sins in his early years. He wanted to have peace of mind. Among the 6 feudal lords, he was the least manly one. The 3 ships had not gone far from Mount Mao when 2 ships from the Spring God Lake approached them. Compared to the ship Su Fengnian was standing on, it paled in comparison. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked over. The Bailiang cavalry had destroyed cities and destroyed countries with irresistible force during the Spring and Autumn War. It could be said that they were invincible. However, they were not good at naval warfare. Therefore, Su Fengnian had done a lot of research on the navies of various countries during the Spring and Autumn War. There were more than 40 types of warships of different sizes on the Spring and Autumn War, and he had dabbled in many of them. The ship in front of him was called the Yellow Dragon. In the Qingzhou Navy, it was only slightly inferior to the Green Dragon ship and the Six-Toothed Giant warship. When it passed through the sea, it was already an imposing and majestic object. It had 3 floors and a height of 6 jong. It was decorated with red lacquer and was wrapped in iron armor. There was also a stable for horses. Unfortunately, Su Fengnian's ships could not withstand a few lashes. However, the Qingzhou Navy was even more unfortunate. This was because the one standing at the bow of the ship was Bailiang, His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian calmly said, "General Ning, go and get the halberd." Ning Amei, who had a gentle personality, revealed a rare evil grin. He turned around and went to the cabin to retrieve the iron halberd. He even carried the short halberd bag on his back. Lu Yangshu and the other 2 were naturally prepared to jump off the ship and fight. Ordinary soldiers really could not withstand the torment of 3 second-level experts. However, civilians did not fight with officials, and heroes did not violate the rules. There were some innate taboos. However, when they thought of who it was that taught Jianghu this bloody truth, the 3 immediately felt incomparably relaxed. Su Fengnian had Yu Yue return to the cabin first. He raised his head and saw the silk pants, surnamed Zhao, who had been kicked by Lu Qiantang yesterday, standing on the 3rd floor of the Yellow Dragon ship with a group of disreputable friends. They were pointing and discussing. Were they pretending to give pointers? The Yellow Dragon ship gradually approached. They could clearly see that the giant paddle pole was ready. In front of the paddle pole, and brandishing its claws, the brother-in-law surnamed Zhao held a white porcelain wine cup with 2 fingers. He looked quite confident and unrestrained. He shouted at Su Fengnian, "Foreigner, do you still dare to act rashly?" Su Fengnian smiled and replied, "Sure, I really want to weigh the weight of the Qingzhou ship. I'm just afraid that you guys are only pleasing to the eye, but not useful." The man surnamed Zhao subconsciously glanced at the young master surnamed Zhao from the corner of his eye. This person of the same age had an elegant appearance, but his actions were low-key and restrained. Even when interacting with them, he did not put on any airs. He had an excellent reputation in Qingzhou. The son of the governor looked down from above and asked, "Do you dare to repeat what you said yesterday?" Su Fengnian knew that this was a trap that could be seen through at a glance, but he still smiled indifferently and said, "The name of the king of Jing, and what harm is there in saying it? The son of the vassal king. Zhao Heng is standing here. I can still beat him to the point that when he returns home, even Zhao Heng won't be able to recognize him." The man surnamed Zhao was overjoyed. He glanced at the refined young man beside him, who no one in Qingzhou dared to call himself a young master of a noble family in front of, and revealed a hint of gloominess that was hard to see. The fair-skinned young master with a jade-like complexion took a step forward. As soon as he stepped forward, the foppish Xiao immediately retreated. The young master looked straight at Su Fengnian and said calmly, "Don't regret it." Su Fengnian raised his hand. The 100 Phoenix Battalion soldiers on the 3 ships all came out of their cabins. They stood with crossbows in their hands, and the moment they unsheathed their standard Bailiang blades that were as clear as snow. As a result, it was the Qingzhou Navy that was in a difficult position. Was there really going to be a battle on the water today? The commander of the Phoenix Battalion, Yuan Meng, was even more fearless. He repeatedly made hand signals to supervise the battle. The Phoenix Battalion was originally the cream of the crop among Bailiang's light cavalry. They were among the best in horse battles, foot battles, and night battles. The boatman at the helm had long been controlled. The 3 ships instantly drew an arc, forming a triangle. Although the Bailiang army was not good at water battles, that was only in comparison to horse battles. What about the Qingzhou Navy? Back when the Bailiang cavalry surrounded Xiangfan, the Navy soldiers on these 2 ships were still sucking on their mother's milk, right? Shishu had once chiseled a stone wall and hung 3 iron chains to block the river in an attempt to stop the navy that Bailiang had put together at the last minute. Who would have thought that the battle on the water would end before it even started? The natural defenses along the river were completely destroyed by the Bailiang army. Strictly speaking, the Bailiang army could be considered half of the ancestors of the Qingzhou Navy. Su Fengnian laughed mockingly and said, "Do you dare to fight?" Chapter 158. Chapter 1. Since the spring god lake had stopped burning after the spring and autumn war, could it be that the 3 merchant ships were going to give the Qingzhou Navy a taste of meat? The leader of the group of playboys on the Yellow Dragon ship frowned. He didn't need to think about the outcome of a naval battle where there was a great disparity in strength. However, once the battle started, given his sensitive identity, the repercussions would be too great. Even his father wouldn't dare to bear the consequences. The 3 Yellow Dragon ships had sailed to the vicinity of Mount Lao under the pretext of training on the water to show off. If the other party was an ordinary noble, not to mention the 4 giant battering poles, hooks, and plow darts placed around the ship, it would be enough to make them suffer. After smashing or overturning the other party's ship, they would be charged with the crime of salt and iron smuggling, which would become an untraceable case. Qingzhou was already dissatisfied with Wang Lingquan of Mount Lao interfering in the salt and iron business. On one hand, they were helping Commander Zhao's son vent his anger. On the other hand, they could give Mount Lao a warning. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? However, when he saw the hundreds of people on the 3 ships carrying standard military knives, they were even armed with crossbows. Although the dynasty didn't encourage wanderers to travel with knives, it wasn't strictly prohibited. However, crossbows were not privately issued by the military. He wasn't blind. Behind the playboy on the other side stood a burly general wearing heavy armor and wielding a halberd. The dynasty had millions of soldiers, but the number of brave men who could use a halberd could be counted on one hand. The identity of the person he wanted to teach a lesson to was naturally revealed. Who could be personally protected by Bailiang's great halberd Ningame. He had long heard that Bailiang's His Royal Highness had left for the 2nd time to travel, but he didn't expect to coincidentally bump into it today. His Royal Highness wasn't something that just anyone dared to impersonate. The descendants of vassals needed the imperial court's permission to leave the country, and there were even more rules and regulations when they left the country. Moreover, it was obvious that claiming to be the son of any vassal was safer than pretending to be the son of the Bailiang. If the son of a butcher stood casually in the spring and autumnate kingdoms and shouted that he was Bailiang's His Royal Highness, he would be swarmed by assassins. The young man, who was also from one of the top families in the dynasty, had a complicated expression. He muttered to himself, "This guy brought 100 Bailiang-like cavalry, almost the same as my father's. What a show of extravagance! As expected of the son of a vassal with a different surname. The position under one's but was different, and the thoughts in one's head were completely different. Different from the caution of the leader, the disciples of Qingzhou, including Zhao, were furious when they heard Su Fengnian's clamor. It had to be known that there were two things to rely on in a naval battle. One was to occupy the upper reaches and go with the flow, making it difficult for the enemy master to compete. The second was to use a large ship to crush a small one. The dynasty's navy had spent a lot of money to build 3 giant ships that were as tall as the city walls. The Emperor Yu of the Old East Yu, the Divine Phoenix of the Old West Shu, and the flagship of the Qingzhou Navy. Not to mention the Yellow Dragon Fortress ship. Even the Green Dragon ship, which was already considered a big ship, would be smashed to pieces by the iron rod at the bow of the ship. The difference between the Yellow Dragon and the 3 giant ships was undoubtedly the difference between the merchant ship and the Yellow Dragon. Where did this guy get the courage to say, "Do you dare to fight?" How much courage did he have to eat to be able to do this? Other than the leader, there were 2 people with the most radical and impetuous personalities. Other than the leader, Zhao, whose father was a lieutenant, and Wei Wei, whose father was the head of the Qingzhou Navy. Wei Wei had always been secretly cursed by the people of Qingzhou as an evil dragon, relying on his father's power. He liked to forcefully kidnap girls and take them to the lake to do whatever he wanted. After the deed, he would either bury them as corpses or strip them naked and force them off the ship. Most of the latter could not bear the humiliation and wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the water. The most outrageous thing about Wei Wei was his ability to draw a 3-stone bow. Once a girl fell into the water, she would be shot to death by his bow. His father was known as the Dragon King of Qingzhou. Wei Wei, this birdman, was illiterate. Normally, he would act like a hawk or a dog on the street. Whenever he saw a scholar dressed like a scholar, he would beat them up. He had learned 70 to 80% of his ruthlessness from his father. In his life, he admired Li Hanlin, one of the 4 evils of Liangzhou, the one who set up the beast cage. He often said that if he had the chance, he would definitely become sworn brothers with Li Hanlin. Wei Wei immediately flew into a rage. In his life, there were 2 things he hated the most: the refined scholar and the more domineering young master. The guy standing at the bow of the ship was complete. No matter how he looked at him, he did not find him pleasing to the eye, daring to spout nonsense in his territory. He was tired of living. Turning his head, he angrily shouted at a distant servant, "Go get the bow for me!" The servant hurriedly ran to get the large bow that was stained with blood. The 2 Yellow Dragon cruise ships had a total of 400 people on board. In the 5 elements, earth prevailed water, which was yellow in color. Therefore, the soldiers on board the ship wore yellow clothes and yellow hats. They were called Huang Tu Lang. Each Yellow Dragon cruise ship was equipped with 10 spears, hook axes, 32 crossbows, 3,300 arrows, and 40 armors, according to the military book Controlling the Enemy on Water. Among the Huang Tu Lang, those who were good at fighting were given the title of Chiomansi. The Yellow Dragon cruise ship had more than a dozen Chiomansi. Moreover, the 2 Yellow Dragon cruise ships were fighting with the wind. No matter how you looked at it, they were far superior to the enemy's 100 crossbows. Victory was in their grasp. The several women on board the Yellow Dragon cruise ship were wearing the distinctive, large-sleeved, long skirt of aristocratic women. The large-sleeved skirt was first invented by Empress Zhaoji in the imperial palace. Together with the phoenix coronet and other clothes, it was the common attire of the empress and the imperial concubines. In recent years, the imperial court had been lax in its governance, so the subordinates followed suit. The women on the cruise ship were wearing red, purple, pink, green, duck yellow large-sleeved skirt, just like a group of colorful butterflies and swallows. They were wearing luxurious clothes, so their mentality was slightly different from the young master brothers on the same ship. They did not have any strong hostility toward the man with the twin sabers. In their eyes, they only thought that he was a distinguished and elegant man. One saber was long, the other was short. The long saber was beautiful, the short saber was simple and unadorned. The style was completely different. Standing at the bow of the ship facing the 400 Qingzhou ship soldiers, he did not show the slightest bit of fear. Even more so, the man's graceful bearing was like a jade tree facing the wind. Let's not talk about whether he was an embroidered pillow or not, just based on his bold attitude. It made their hearts palpitate. They did not care about the two armies confronting each other with swords drawn and bows bent. Two of the bolder daughters of Qingzhou's powerful families had already quietly cast flirtatious glances. Su Fengnian did not actually care whether or not the Qingzhou Navy could meet the enemy head-on. He was more concerned with observing the details of the Yellow Dragon ship. Whether or not the warships were mobilized in an orderly manner, whether or not the hooks and poles were cleaned and bright, whether or not the ship's boards and sails were wrapped in ox-leather armor, whether or not the ship's armor was complete. From this, one could tell that autumn was coming. The old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang stood by His Royal Highness's side to guard against a sneak attack. Su Fengnian turned his head and casually talked to Ning Amei about naval warfare, giving a concise evaluation of the Qingzhou Navy. This General Wu Jian, one of the four fangs of Beiliang, was not familiar with naval warfare, but when he heard what His Royal Highness said, his expression was grave and a little surprised. His Highness was clearly an expert in naval warfare. He explained the pros and cons and spoke tirelessly. This was not something that could be discussed on paper with just a few glances at the white inscription. General de Ji smiled slightly and bowed. As long as the enemy dares to fight, I can break the ship's hooks with one strike of my halberd, preventing them from getting close. As for archery, the Yellow Dragon is 108,000 li away from our Beiliang soldiers. I earnestly request Your Highness to allow me to lead the troops to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. I must let the Qingzhou Navy experience what is called valiance in battle. Chapter 159. Su Fengnian shook his head, saying teasingly, General Ning, we agreed to a battle. Whether we fight or not is still up to those people on the other side to decide. If you make the first move, His Royal Highness, whose reputation has always been terrible, isn't afraid. At most, Su Xiao will get into a heated argument with Grand Secretary Zhang and the other Grand Secretaries in the royal court, but be careful, you might not even be able to become a Martial Honor General. Look at that tower ship general over there, who is at the same rank as you. He's so proud of himself. I reckon he'll get promoted and become rich if he helps out with this matter. General Ning is already suffering by following behind me. If you can't get promoted, then that's fine. But if you get demoted as well, my reputation will really be ruined in all 30 provinces. In the future, who will dare follow this heartless His Royal Highness around? The heavily armored and dignified Ning Amei roughly understood His Royal Highness' temperament. With a knowing laugh, he said, That makes sense. It seems like tomorrow I'll have to beg Your Highness and Great General to give this general the title of 1000 Martial Ox General. It's not easy for me to leave home this time, so I have to give Your Highness some face. Su Fengnian laughed loudly and said, I just have to. When Beiliang's light cavalry faced the enemy with rapt attention, they would occasionally observe His Royal Highness and General Ning's expressions. When they saw how relaxed and carefree the two of them were, their heroic spirits also began to overflow. Beiliang's old subordinates could be said to be the most disliked group of people in Liang dynasty. The 300,000 unmatched armored cavalry stationed at the border between Liang and Beimeng were helpless against this atmosphere that had persisted for more than 10 years. They followed His Royal Highness and General Ning, finally seizing the opportunity to leave Beiliang. Even though they lost quite a few brothers in the battle on the Rainy Path once they entered Beiliang's army, who would be scared of dying on the battlefield. Later on, at Ingzhu's city gate, General Ning, with a swing of his halberd, knocked down that ignorant old General Gu Jiantong's old general. Later on, they heard General Ning say that His Royal Highness had personally said that if he was present, he would definitely hang that Eastern Forbidden City's deputy commandant on the city gate as an example to the public. If at that time the Phoenix Battalion's light cavalry were still half believing and half doubting, but after going through the gates of hell, His Royal Highness had personally rescued them, and hearing that he dared to fight today, they began to believe more than they doubted. Regardless of whether His Royal Highness was reckless or not, this kind of domineering behavior was, in the end, worthy of the Beiliang's royal banner. That day, His Royal Highness had moved like an ape in the rapids, especially the way he held the iron halberd with the word bow in his hand. The Phoenix Battalion had all seen it with their own eyes and remembered it in their hearts. The few light cavalry soldiers who had been rescued from the water by His Royal Highness had recently been jesting with their fellow soldiers, and their words were always somewhat arrogant. Su Fengnian saw a sturdy young man on the Yellow Dragon ship take a huge ox-horn bow and draw it to a full moon. It was clear that his arm strength was not ordinary. That arrow was pointed directly at him. Su Fengnian, holding Xiaodong in his right hand, narrowed his pair of extremely beautiful red phoenix eyes and said quietly, "I'm just waiting for you." On Mount Lao, Wang Lingquan came to the study of his youngest daughter, Wang Chudong, to watch the battle together. Wang Dongxiang's snow study room was the tallest building on Mount Lao. Books were everywhere, scattered and disorderly, but she never had the maids tidy it up. The study room was a forbidden area, especially when she was writing poems. No one would disturb her. Every book was graded into different categories and given different nicknames. When she was bored, she would lie down in the pile of books on the floor and let the different categories of books fight each other. She would talk to herself and entertain herself, so she was never lonely. Therefore, the personal maids standing outside the study room could always hear such things as, the classics have won over the art of war. I punish you all by not being able to read the 46 military books for half a day. Oh, the Western Shu poetry collection and the Southern Tang poetry collection are evenly matched. Not bad, not bad. I will reward the great generals who lead their respective armies for 3 days each. The maids were already accustomed to their young mistress's unconstrained thoughts and felt that they were lucky to have such a happy and carefree master. When their young mistress was bored of writing books, she would play polo with them. In particular, some of the maids had appeared in the first snow in the East Wing. This was too magical. Scholars all over the world knew about them, so much so that many of Qingzhou's gentry came to marry a girl from the East Wing. Together with the old man who claimed to be a descendant of the East Wing, they were the two wonders of the literary world of Qingzhou. Wang Chudong stood on her tiptoes and looked at the confrontation of the boats on the lake. She asked worriedly, "Father, can we win?" In the end, the older the ginger, the spicier the ginger, Wang Lingquan had a card up his sleeve. The Qingzhou Navy seems to have a lot of ships, but in reality, it's all for show. Qingzhou hasn't had any wars in the past 10 years, so this bunch of Huang Tu-Lang is just putting on a show. His Highness personal guards are different. They're 1 in 100, and they're proficient in horseback archery. 100 strong and valiant soldiers against 400 useless people who don't know how to fight. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Huang Tu-Lang will throw away their armor. However, His Highness has to be wary of the political maneuvering in the imperial court and cannot defeat the enemy first. The Qingzhou Navy also does not dare to say that they are lawless. After His Highness has revealed his identity, they still dare to fight on the water. This is not a small matter where officials bully the people. It is a big taboo for the imperial court to cover it up. Now, it all depends on whether there are any discerning people in the Qingzhou Navy. If Wei Wei and the other scoundrels control the situation, they will most likely lose the water battle and then the imperial court. Once the Qingzhou Navy is defeated and this is exposed, even the prefecture magistrate will not be able to cover up Wei Dong's corruption over the years. At that time, this navy will change. Originally, the Qingzhou Navy was tightly controlled by Gu Jiantang's old subordinates. They have repeatedly questioned Father Salt and Iron River transportation business. Humph, Father can take this opportunity to insert people from his direct line of command. Wang Chudong murmured. The god of spring is 36,000 hectares, 100 armor breaks, 400 armor. Wang Lingquan quickly gathered his thoughts and did not talk about the politics in the imperial court. He smiled and praised, good poem, majestic aura. Wang Chudong glared. How is this a poem? Your daughter is just randomly making it up. Wang Lingquan shamelessly boasted, my early winter relies on a horse to speak 10,000 words into a chapter. It is not a poem, but it is better than a poem. Wang Chudong was about to refute when she suddenly saw the wind and clouds change on the lake. She pointed to the river and raised her voice. Look! On the third floor of the ship, Wei Wei drew a large circle and then shot an arrow in a flash. The sharp arrow shot towards Su Fengnian. Earlier on, the great halberd Ningame had seen someone pull the bow, wanting to block this arrow for His Highness the heir. However, the old Taoist priest of Judami, Wei Shuyang, signaled with his eyes that there was no need to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Su Fengnian drew his saber. Everyone on the ship, as well as the 400 yellow-haired men, only saw a dazzling white light flashing in an arc. When they looked again, they saw that the astonishing arrow that had pierced through the air had been cut in half. They didn't know how, but half of the arrowhead was in that person's hand, not giving Wei Wei, who was waiting for her opponent to die, any time to regain her senses. Su Fengnian lightly tossed the other half of the arrow and flicked it with his finger. The arrow's momentum was innumerable. This attack wasn't aimed at Wei Wei, but rather at the leading noble family's son. This young master had long retreated behind the scenes. It was obvious that he wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Su Fengnian was determined not to let him have his way. Since he was fishing, how could he not fish for a big whale? This fellow was most likely a descendant of Prince Jinggan, Zhao Hong. Before entering Xiangfan City, he wanted to let Prince Jinggan know that back then, Su Fengnian didn't dare to make a sound after being whipped by Su Shao dozens of times with a horsewhip. Today, this heir apparent was going to personally beat up your son and see who was the real tiger father and dog son. That nobleman had an expert bodyguard by his side. He used his sleeve to block half of the arrow, but that nobleman was clearly startled. He retreated a few steps and accidentally bumped into the chest of a Qingzhou noble lady, provoking a particularly ear-piercing pout. Su Fengnian slowly withdrew his saber. He still had that extremely arrogant expression that deserved a beating. In a clear voice, he asked, "Do you dare to fight?" Ning Ame slammed the iron halberd in his hand against the deck of the ship, causing a loud bang. His appearance was originally that of a leopard with round eyes, a swallow jaw, and a tiger's beard. At this moment, he angrily glared at the yellow dragon ship. He was incomparably ferocious and valiant. He shouted, "Phoenix Battalion, fight to the death." Yuan Meng and the 100 Phoenix Battalion Light Cavalry immediately shouted in unison, "Fight to the death!" The sound of thunder rushed to the heavens. The people on the two opposite ships could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They looked at each other in dismay. They could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. The 400 men's hands and feet were trembling. They could no longer hold the weapons in their hands. Chapter 160. Chapter 2. Officials fight against officials. Have you ever seen the big shots throw away all pretenses and roll up their sleeves to fight in the government office? Don't they all talk about hiding a dagger in a smile and stabbing people in the back? This group of hedonistic daughters came to play this time, more to join in the fun, to support the one surnamed Zhao. They wanted to see with their own eyes the rare scene of the Yellow Dragon warship smashing a big ship. Who would have thought that this outsider who was on good terms with Wang Lingquan was such a tough nut to crack? He brought along 100 soldiers and bodyguards without saying anything, and even dared to take the initiative to challenge. Oh my! The opponent of the challenge was not a group of family servants, but the two large ships of the Qingzhou Navy. In the eyes of the people of Qingzhou, the Yellow Dragon warship was already an invincible giant warship. It had always been praised as the main warship of the Qing Dragon Navy that no one could contend against. In these years, it had competed with the other navies in the dynasty, and its ranking was not low. Because of this, Wei Dong's official rank was not too high, but within the borders of Qingzhou, he dared to blow his beard and glare at the officials who were one or even several ranks higher than him. Even the prefecture overseers and county governors were very amiable to Wei Longwang and fought to rope him in. If he did not have the special power of the Qingzhou Navy, Wei Dong would not be able to raise such a lawless son like Wei Wei. In the state, there was a beloved daughter who was an imperial censor in the capital who returned home. Unfortunately, she was raped by Wei Jiao and then shot to death. That imperial censor who did not have a high rank but was able to influence the public opinion was unable to obtain the innocence of his daughter. Wei Longwang only lost the right to command the giant warship, and Wei Wei, who caused the big trouble, was only grounded for half a year before he came out again. It was enough to see how Qingzhou, which was full of officials in the capital, advanced and retreated together with the independent Qing party in the imperial court. It was rumored that the unlucky Qing Lu imperial censor wrote a blood-sobbing poem before his death, ridiculing that the imperial censor had lost all his strength of character. One of the lines was even more heart-wrenching. I said that the imperial censor is not as good as a dog. Even a dog's bark is as good as a rooster's crow. Su Fengnian once again pointed the spearhead at the son of the most prominent aristocratic family, in order to make the king of Jing and Zhao Heng refrain from shooting at the rat for fear of breaking the vases. The bigger the involvement, the bigger the fish that Su Fengnian could fish in troubled waters. The law that put heavy shackles on the vassal kings to a prince with a different surname, Su Shao, the imprisonment was very small. Even the powerful prince of Guangling had to go to the Zhou overseer mansion 3 times in 10 days to draw up a report. If he did not reach the deadline, according to the law, he would be detained and sent to the court. The weak prince of Huainan, Zhao Ying, had many young and strong children who could not get a name and could not get married. However, the king of Beiliang, who carried a blade to court, had not visited Liangzhou's Zhou overseer mansion once in more than 10 years. Every time Su Shao returned, it would always be the previous Zhou overseer, Yan Jieshi, who eagerly went to the prince's mansion to pay his respects. Presumably, Yan Jieshi, who defected from Beiliang, was stifled with resentment. No wonder after arriving in the capital, he became the most fiercely critical and loyal minister of Beiliang's military. With his daughter married off to the prince, Zhao Yanwu, Yan Jieshi now had the status of a relative. The outside world speculated that he would soon fill the 4th-ranked Lingyan Pavilion's Great Scholar position. The Palace Hall's Great Scholar position, at the top of the Palace Hall's Great Scholar position, was like a great pillar of the country, one of the two great empty titles of the several hundred-year-old dynasty, something that no one dared to hope for. If Zhang Julu took another step forward, he might have a chance of seizing this special honor and laurel. Only, with Grand Secretary Zhang's ability to endure patiently for 20 years, he most likely wouldn't let himself be roasted on a stove like his political enemy, Su Xiao. Only, Su Fengnian seemed to have underestimated the courage and insight of Wei Wei, this group of Qingzhou hedonists who were used to being vicious and merciless. Wei Wei Zero didn't do anything. And then when he heard Su Fengnian ask if he dared to fight, he was so angry that he wanted to die. He turned around and ordered the ship general, who had always obeyed his orders, use the battering pole. The battering pole was a powerful weapon in naval warfare, especially in close-quarters battles between large warships. It was destined that one couldn't use the hook to overturn the ship. Skilled sailors would often smear a thick layer of medicinal paste on their sails to block fire and attack, ultimately relying on this battering pole to smash down. The battering pole was like a large mast, more than 10 zhang in length. On top of it was a giant rock. Below it was a mechanism. When the enemy ship approached, the battering pole would smash it to pieces. Su Fengnian turned around to look at Ning Amei and Wei Shuyang, saying with a light laugh, "To measure a navy's strength, we can look at how many times the battering pole is clumsily used. In my opinion, this Qingzhou Navy can only use it twice at most. If they want to use it 3 times, they'll have to burn incense high. Compared to the Guangling Navy, they are far inferior." While they were talking and laughing, the Qingzhou Yellow Dragon had already begun to prepare the battering pole. Under the command of the 2 generals on the ship, the helmsman and the Yellow Dragon responsible for battering the pole began to get busy under the command of Qiao Shuosher. The men and women who were standing on the 3rd floor returned to the cabin. Wei Wei and a few fierce young masters whose hands were tainted with murder cases sat by the window to watch the battle. The young master, who was scolded and beaten by Su Fengnian, raised a cup of wine. He did not drink, but only continuously twirled the porcelain cup with his fingers. His face was as calm as water. He sat alone in front of the table. No one dared to approach him. This young master, who was usually known for his elegance and simplicity, in Qingzhou was like a coiled poisonous snake. The young ladies in silk and satin sleeves gathered together and whispered. Originally, there were 1 or 2 girls who leaned towards the Qingzhou Yellow Dragon, but unexpectedly, they were affected by the chatter of their companions. Their eyes were shining as they recounted the good things about the young master from other places. They talked about how heroic and elegant he was, how beautiful he had a pair of beautiful eyes, and how powerful he was when he wielded his blade. Those who were not firm in their stance immediately changed sides, and could not wait to run out and cheer for the unknown white-robed young master. When the young ladies who were born in a rich family but lived a peaceful life gathered together, what they talked about the most was the interesting men they met. Apart from that outstanding young master, their family backgrounds were not inferior to Wei Wei and the others, so they naturally didn't need to care about their faces. Qingzhou, where interests were intertwined, was quite xenophobic. As a result, when Wei Wei shot the imperial censor's daughter to death, the Green Party in the court pinched their noses and helped clean up his mess. Moreover, Qingzhou's internal friction was very small. Therefore, no matter how rude and violent Wei Wei was, he could still be considered kind to the women on the ship. He didn't even mind being mocked by them about some embarrassing things. The common people said that he was an evil flood dragon on the river, but they were more than happy to tease him that he was not a dragon, but a worm. Wei Wei did not get angry and accepted it gladly. The Green Party, being able to have its current status, able to compete for power with Grand Secretary Zhang's bloodline, great General Gu's army, and various old and new noble factions, was inseparable from the blind unity of Qingzhou's rich and powerful young masters. This was the foundation of the Green Party, whose scholarship was not prominent and governance was more mediocre. Wei Dong understood this well, and so did the province overseer Huang Fusong. The old foxes in high positions in the court were even more unswerving. Otherwise, why would they try to push for the marriage between Princess Sui Zhu and Huang Fusong's eldest son, Huang Fujia? Originally, there was no sign of anything happening, yet the Green Party's big shots were racking their brains to forcefully draw two lines. Bringing armored soldiers when traveling. Who is this person? A young lady wearing a pair of pointed lotus root bow shoes asked in a low voice. This question had reached the crux of the matter. Chapter 161. Who else could it be? The crown prince of Prince Liang. The lady in yellow chuckled. She glanced at her fellow cabin mate, who was in a daze, and lowered her voice. In the past, I only heard that His Royal Highness was arrogant in Bailiang. Now that I've seen it, I truly believe it. If it was our prince who went to Bailiang, would he dare to be so arrogant in front of Su Zhu's descendants? No way. Our king of Jing and can't compare to the king of Bailiang. Now the king of Bailiang is going to the capital to meet the emperor. I heard from my father that he is going to ask His Royal Highness for an official robe. The other vassal kings don't even have a chance to enter the capital. That Su Zhu is more powerful. The lady with the oval-shaped face laughed. I heard that the king of Bailiang dotes on the women he fancies very much. Spending a lot of money to buy a smile is an understatement. When my second sister married to Bailiang, she sent me a letter saying that all the women in Liangzhou would be proud to be brought back to the palace by His Royal Highness. Look at Wei Chongzi, who only knows how to destroy flowers. We really can't compare. Can the king of Bailiang really be hereditary? The lady with small feet asked in surprise, who said that a woman's virtue was if she had no talent. If she wanted to marry into a good family of equal social status, she would not be able to take care of her husband and children if she did not have talent. Even if the wives and concubines in the noble families fought, she would suffer. There was once a Yenji vice commentator who talked about the women of the world. She said that the women of northern Liang could rein in horses, the women of eastern Yu were graceful and talented, the women of western Chu were loyal, and the women of Qingzhou were the most attractive. This was not without reason. Qingzhou women could always gain a foothold in their husband's family after marrying out of the country. They could hold the position of the first wife and make the concubines suffer. Of course, this was inseparable from the power of the Green Party. The women of Qingzhou always had a naturally keen sense of the intrigues of the imperial court and the deceit of the Jianghu. The aristocratic families of other provinces who had ambitions for their official career naturally liked to marry a Qingzhou daughter-in-law to manage the household. It's hard to say. According to common sense, the imperial court is unwilling to admit that Bailiang can be overthrown. Otherwise, why does the law of vassal clans only mention that the king of Bailiang can be overthrown, but not the king of Bailiang with a different surname? Isn't it because they are worried that Bailiang is the Bailiang of the Pillar State and not the Bailiang of the dynasty? The oval-faced socialite, whose second sister was married to Bailiang, was very passionate about the secrets of Bailiang's military and political affairs. This was considered a secret conversation in the boudoir. Whoever leaked it out would be breaking the rules of Qingzhou and would be seen as a traitor, implicating the entire family. She was not worried about this and could speak without restraint. She rested her chin on her hand and looked out the window, quietly waiting for the battle to heat up. In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang, General Gu Jiantang, and especially that group of people who hate the Pillar State to the extreme. They are led by a loyal old minister of West Chu, Sun Shiji. This old Grand Preceptor originally wanted to die, but when he thought about the fact that the pillar state still stands, he took up the position of an official. He clearly said that he only wanted to see the king of Belyang's miserable end with his own eyes. As for our Qingzhou ancestors and the king of Jing and I don't need to say more. Would they look on helplessly as the Belyang was passed down for generations? Yanzi, then tell us about the Belyang and his Royal Highness. You know a lot about this matter. The voluptuous young lady curiously asked her oval-faced close friend with a face full of expectation. She was the most excited among the group of orioles and swallows. When she saw Su Fengnian break an arrow with a blade, she would have cheered loudly if her companions hadn't held her back. In the past, because of her family and the culture of Qingzhou, she snorted disdainfully at the pillar state and the infamous Belyang heir. Today, she saw with her own eyes His Highness standing proudly at the bow of the ship. She was completely bewitched. She only felt that she should marry Su Fengnian. The more domineering the children of Qingzhou were, and the more she saw the insufferably arrogant children of Qingzhou, the more she felt that the Belyang heir was superior. He even dared to provoke the heir of a vassal state, Zhao Sun, and threatened to beat the king of Jing and until he couldn't recognize him. Wasn't that guy with the surname Su and the name Fengnian enough heroic spirit? All the men of Belyang are scolding him, especially the group of young masters who would be considered insects in Qingzhou. They are even more reverent and jealous to the point that their teeth itch. Among the women, there are half praise and half blame. My second sister once saw the actions of the Belyang heir from afar and felt that it was quite interesting. Second brother-in-law often quarreled with my sister about this matter, saying that my sister was possessed by a ghost. Do you know what ruthless words my second sister said to shut brother-in-law's mouth? She kept them in suspense and smiled brightly. Among the women of Qingzhou, she was famous for being witty and eccentric. Since she was young, she was very good at teasing Wei Wei and the others. What did she say? The group of young ladies asked in unison. My second sister said, "Husband, if you quarrel with me about this matter again, be careful that the next time I do boudoir, I will call His Royal Highness." She was the first to hold her belly and laugh. These words were really ruthless. The other women were also stunned at first, and then they all laughed until tears came out. They could leisurely and carefully talk about boudoir and the ups and downs of being an official at the same time, but Wei Wei's group of young masters who were strung together by a thread had serious expressions. Earlier, when they wanted to use the baton pole to smash the boat, it was because they felt that the opponent was not important enough and treated it as a gathering on the lake to liven things up. Now, as long as they were not idiots, they could guess the identity of the opponent. It was the standard Belyang blade that had once led a trend throughout the dynasty. That sentence of a battle to the death that shook one's soul. Wei Wei considered himself as the son of a noble family in Qingzhou and was proud of himself. He made a mistake and staked everything on one throw and made another mistake after another. He ordered the Yellow Dragon ship to batten the pole to resist the enemy. He even dared to humiliate the daughter of an imperial censor in the capital to death, so he did not mind being absurd one more time. Did he really think that Wei Wei was an idiot in the bureaucracy, regardless of the result of this battle? As long as he did not kill the heir of Belyang, Wei Wei's reputation of defeating the Belyang army would be spread all over the country. Even the imperial palace would hear a thing or two about it. Who would not give a thumbs up and praise Wei Wei for being loyal and righteous even though he did not study? That year, his father was implicated by him and was unable to command the giant ship Crimson Banner. His father had been regretting it all these years. Today's feat might be able to smoothly push his father, Dragon King Wei, to the highest position in Qingzhou. That white-robed heir of Belyang with a blade was undoubtedly the best stepping stone. Different from the boorish Wei Wei. The heir of the noble family had a deeper thought, and his face was gloomy. That person in the imperial palace had always liked to see the vassal kings fighting openly and secretly. Otherwise, there would not be the imperial clan law that two kings could not meet. This time, instead of saying that the fight with Su Fengnian was a grudge between the two heirs, it might as well be seen as the continuation of the fight between his father and Su Rentu, two enemies for 20 years. His father had been seeking Taoism and Buddhism for so many years. He vaguely remembered that when his father went to Mount Longhu to request for imperial edicts, he was rejected several times. His Majesty even did not care about his face and severely criticized his father. One of his younger brothers was even demoted to a commoner and sent to the inner circle of the high walls of Fengyang with 60 people. If it were not for the good words of a concubine from Qingzhou in the imperial palace, forget about going to Mount Longhu to burn incense. Even his future as a hereditary prince would be a problem. Today's battle on the water, regardless of victory or defeat, what would happen to him and his father? His Majesty the Emperor's thoughts were profound. Since he ascended the throne, he was the best at balancing vassal kings and regions, civil officials and military generals, and parties. He really did not have the confidence to guess the Emperor's thoughts. Should he take advantage of the situation and behead Su Fengnian? As this shocking thought flashed through his mind, the heir of the king of Jing and finally lowered his head and drank a mouthful of wine to hide the strange expression on his face. Chapter 162. Chapter 3. A total of 11,600 words, gathering for the sake of benefits. It was easy to share the same bed but have different dreams. Wei Wei was currently thinking about how to make a name for herself in one battle, but her bottom line was that she wouldn't allow Huang Tulang to kill that person surnamed Su. Meanwhile, Prince Jing'an's heir began to consider whether or not he could ruthlessly kill him and abandon the group of Qingzhou's children, including Wei Wei. Wealth comes from danger. The life and death of other people were more important than the title of nobility. For the crown prince, there was no need to think about it. As a descendant of the imperial clan, the entire world is the private property of our Zhao clan. No matter who you are, even if you are a grand secretary or one of the 30 prefecture overseers, no matter how courteous you are on the surface, aren't they all looking down on you from the bottom of their hearts? Among the 6 princes of the vassals, other than the 2 princes who were allowed to inherit the title of prince according to the law of the vassals, the other 4 princes really did not have any extravagant hopes for the apricot yellow satin 5-clawed python robe. 4 claws and 5 claws. There was only a difference of 1 claw, but the real difference was more than 1,000 miles. The scary part was that if the 9-clawed python became the 9-clawed python, what would happen to the next generation? Now that the world was flourishing, where would they go to ask for military merit? The north had the king of Beiliang, and the south had the king of Yen. Both crown princes were recognized as the most vicious and merciless people in the dynasty. Who would want to share a piece of the pie with you? Damn it, there were 4 words written in the vassal law: official career forever. It was the same as cutting off the path for the royal family's descendants to become officials. The king of Jing lowered his head and frowned slightly. He was deep in thought, and his hostility was as strong as the wine in a cup. He didn't even listen to the roars and screams outside the window. Motherf *Ker, the guy with the halberd, is not a human. Even the battering pole was cut in half by his 100-gene halberd. A young master from the Qing prefecture sucked in a cold breath and couldn't help but shout out. The muscular general in black armor was really a match for 10,000 people. The halberd in his hand easily deflected the rain of arrows and even broke the pole of Huang Long. How can Huang Tulang be suppressed by 100 Beiliang barbarians with hundreds of crossbows? They're hiding behind the arrows and not even raising their heads. They've all turned into cowards. Another debauchee, who had carefully poked his head out and then retracted his head, was shocked. How could he not know that he was no different from Huang Tulang? Those Huang Tulang that he scolded could at least be considered as brave soldiers of northern Liang. What was he? Outside the window, the close-range slaughter had already become close-to-close combat. Even if the refined northern Liang crossbows had a longer range, there was no advantage to speak of. However, this did not stop Huang Tulang, who had a storage of 6,000 arrows, from shooting out a rain of arrows. After a wave of arrows, the northern Liang light cavalry did not suffer many casualties. On the other hand, a wave of arrows accurately killed dozens of people. Everyone on the ship could clearly feel the vibrations caused by the northern Liang crossbows. This was the complete opposite of what the people on the ship had expected, where they would be able to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. That guy isn't afraid of death. He's only using his blade to deflect the arrows. The second son of the Shujian, county chief of Qingzhou, clicked his tongue in wonder. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who could be brothers with Wei Wei, the evil dragon, were not easy to deal with. They were definitely not from an ordinary rich family. If anyone present casually flipped through the family tree, who wouldn't be able to find a few old ancestors whose names would go down in history? For thousands of years, the throne had been occupied by different people. The longest was 400 years, and the shortest was a few years. The only thing that didn't change was the aristocratic families. Su Shao, who had achieved great merit in the Spring and Autumn War, was criticized the most for slaughtering millions of soldiers. Wrong. Those who could criticize the Pillar Country wouldn't bother to criticize Su Shao for being heartless. Instead, they lamented the fact that there were no aristocrats after the Spring and Autumn War. More than half of the 10 aristocratic families that had been passed down for dozens of generations were destroyed. The seeds of learning were gone, and morality and etiquette were broken. This was Su Zhao's great injustice. To the sons of this old man, who thought they were responsible for the world's etiquette, this was Su Zhao's heinous crime that could not be redeemed even if he died 100 times. There were no scholars behind the Western Wall. How many ministers of a fallen country cried tears of sorrow and cursed Su Shao for being unrighteous even before they died. Unfortunately, cursing could not kill. Therefore, His Royal Highness Su Fengnian found it hard to believe in the so-called loyalty and righteousness. He knew that it definitely existed, but he couldn't blindly believe it. The only thing he could rely on was the knife in his hand. Imagine Su Shao, who was well-read and spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. How could he have the hearts of the 300,000 iron cavalry today? Zhao Guangling and Li Yishan were already peerless scholars. Why would they be willing to give advice to an ordinary person like Su Shao? Shangyin Academy frowned and accepted second sister as a Jixia scholar. Was it because of Su Weisheng's shocking talent? Su Fengnian stood at the bow of the ship. When arrows flew over, he deflected them with his knife. No one shot him in the dark, so he watched the battle. This small-scale naval battle between the enemy, and their side totaled only 600 people. It couldn't be considered a fierce battle. Li Yishan had never taught him knowledge using common sense. If he could only look at the big picture through a tube, why couldn't he draw inferences about other things? Qingzhou's 40,000 navy, the navy that the Green Party of the imperial court greatly praised, was said to be able to fight with the Guangling navy. It was just an embroidered pillow. This embroidered pillow was ugly. It was really boring. Su Fengnian thought that after this battle, would it sound the knell of death for him a few times in advance? Chapter 163. Wei Wei glared angrily at Su Fengnian. She was angry at her father's navy for not fighting well. She hated Su Fengnian even more, but there was also a trace of fear that she did not dare to admit. If this Baeliang crown prince was really hereditary and wore a 5-clawed python robe, he would not only have 100 Baeliang soldiers behind him, but also 300,000 cavalrymen. How would her father, the Dragon King of the Lake, deal with that? Not to mention the future. If this battle was lost, the entire Qingzhou would be in an uproar, and the Green Party's leaders who were reading the secret letters from each family would be the scariest. The Green Party did not fight among themselves, but they were very decisive in dealing with useless people. Su Fengnian smiled at Ningame and said, "General Ning, lend me a short halberd." At this moment, Ningame already had nothing to do. The two armies were shooting arrows at each other. Unexpectedly, Huang Tuleng was completely defeated. After a weak and powerless volley of arrows, he cowered in fear. What a coward! Ningame's iron halberd broke 2 poles in a row. He was a brave general who fought against 10,000 people on the battlefield. When he heard His Highness's request, he respectfully took out a short halberd from his backpack. Su Fengnian held Xiaodong in his right hand and took the short halberd in his left hand. He threw it out fiercely towards the window on the 3rd floor of the ship. Since Wei Wei dared to shoot arrows openly, Su Fengnian dared to shoot the king of Jing and's crown prince with arrows. He even dared to use the short halberd to scare them until their legs trembled. The short halberd pierced through the window. The prefectural governor's second son, who was peeking at the battle, dodged quickly. He only had a cut on his cheek, and the short halberd nailed into the ceiling. The group of Qingzhou's daughters, who were talking about the Baeliang crown prince, finally began to experience the impending battle. Their faces were pale, especially when they heard the prefectural governor's second son covering his face and howling in grief. It was as if his parents had died. If there was no one to support him, he would have rolled on the floor. Wei Wei, who was now in a desperate situation, grinned hideously and said, "Get the other ship to ram into them and kill those blind Baeliang barbarians." The general of the Yellow Dragon ship was about to leave when Wei Wei lowered her voice and said, "Remember, crash into the other 2 ships first." The general was taken aback for a moment before he suddenly realized what was going on. He heaved a sigh of relief and cried out in his heart. If he really killed that arrogant Baeliang young master with his status, how could a small general like him have a good time? An inconspicuous scapegoat like himself, even 100 of them wouldn't be enough to slaughter. After the commotion, the cabin became extremely chaotic. The king of Jing and's crown prince tapped his fingers on the table. The retainer who had blocked half of the arrow for him bowed and approached. His Royal Highness only said one word: "Kill." There was no need for His Royal Highness, who had grown up in Xiangfan City, to give any instructions. The expert retainer already knew how to do things safely. In one of the cabins, the evil flood dragon Wei Wei had the greatest enmity with Su Fengnian, but she still didn't dare to use the yellow dragon to ram Su Fengnian's ship. Meanwhile, the crown prince, who had met Su Fengnian for the first time and didn't seem to have any deep enmity with him, was determined to kill him. Those noble ladies were even more interesting. They were quite frightened by the short halberd that pierced into the cabin. On the contrary, they felt even more admiration for the Baeliang crown prince, who commanded soldiers as if they were servants. The women of Qingzhou valued material gains more than benevolence and righteousness. It could be said that one sentence hit the nail on the head. The people in this cabin were divided into groups. On the surface, they were harmonious, but how could they accomplish great things? The Green faction was now relying on political trickery to govern the country. How many years could they last? Were there any discerning people who could see the clues? If there were benefits, they would gather. If there were no benefits, they would scatter. How different were they from snakes and rats? In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang's words carried enormous weight and suppressed both civil and military officials. He had always tried to rope in the Green faction with words, but he wasn't willing to truly share important responsibilities. Perhaps this was the reason. For some reason, Jiang and I was always absent-minded while reading in the cabin. Old Man Li sat to the side, taking off his boots and rubbing his feet. His fingers moved back and forth between his toes, and then he brought them to the tip of his nose to smell them. When he was hungry, he even threw a peanut into his mouth. This kind of expert demeanor really couldn't be any higher. The old god of swords saw that the Jiang girl's brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. After thinking for a bit, he laughed and said, "You want to watch this naval battle? If you want to watch, this old man can protect you out. Forget about a few hundred arrows. Even if tens of thousands of arrows pour down like rain, this old man will still guarantee your safety." Jiang and I asked in a serious tone, "Really?" Li Chungang chuckled. "You're exaggerating a bit. Tens of thousands of arrows fired at the same time. Only someone with godly abilities like Qi Xianzhu at his peak can come out unscathed. With this old man's current heavenly phenomenon skills, he's still a bit lacking. However, all of this is because this old man doesn't have a sword in his hand. I'm not afraid of you, little girl, laughing at me." Jiang and I asked closely, "A sword expert like you can't achieve the level of having tens of thousands of swords without a sword in your hand." This time, the old god of swords surprisingly didn't boast about himself like Old Man Li. He only said softly, "You can, but if you really have a sword in your hand, your state of mind will be greatly different in the end. When you master the sword one day, you'll understand. Otherwise, even if this old man talks until his mouth breaks, you still won't understand." Jiang and I made an "oh" sound and stood up. She didn't say why she wanted to take the risk to watch the battle, but she, who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, just walked over. Old Man Li tugged at his sheepskin coat and followed closely behind. When he reached the cabin door, he was already standing in front of Jiang and I. Scattered arrows flew over. The old god of swords didn't need to do anything, and they all flew far away. There was sword intent in Li Chuangong's name. These words weren't said for nothing. Perhaps this one-armed god of swords felt that the arrows were an eyesore, or perhaps he couldn't bear to see Jiang and I in a state of panic. When the little girl saw the yellow dragon colliding directly into the ship beside her, Su Fengyan, who had instantly drawn his saber, led Ningame and 4 retainers away, she subconsciously cried out in surprise. Li Chungang sneered. He took a step forward. He swept past everyone and stepped on the body of the yellow dragon ship. His figure drifted like an azure dragon. With one step, he overturned the yellow dragon ship into the water. Chapter 164. Wei Wei's order to ram the ship meant that he was determined to cut off all means of retreat. Among the children of officials, there were very few people who were as decisive and fierce as him. Born in a prestigious family, they saw a lot and received a lot. Usually they were not generous, but they were more calculative. Wei Wei was only seeking fame, hoping to win a good reputation for himself. If he helped his father in his official career, it would be icing on the cake, so he would not really feel sorry for Su Fengyan. His father, Wei Longwang, was just a dragon king in a small temple in the Big River and Big Lake. He was far from Su Shao, a dragon who could turn the world upside down. He heard that this big pillar of the country was staying in the capital at this time. If Su Fengyan met with misfortune, this kind of thunderous shock, second only to the anger of the emperor, Wei Wei knew how powerful it was. The king of Jing'an, on the other hand, wanted a 5-clawed python robe. The difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, after some consideration, he was willing to take the risk out of desperation. If the attack failed, then so be it. on the Battle of Spring God Lake, who would pay attention to the hidden 10 steps 1 kill? Wei Wei stood by the window, expecting the yellow dragon to ram the enemy's ship. Instead, he saw an inconspicuous old man wearing a sheepskin coat leaping out of the deck. He saw the old man's toes lightly touch the hull of the yellow dragon, and the big yellow dragon, which could run amok on Spring God Lake, capsized. It really capsized. Wei Wei was dumbstruck. His hands tightly gripped the windowsill. The dragon claw hand master reared in Jing, and Palace turned back as soon as he left the cabin. He shook his head at His Royal Highness with a calm face. In an instant, the lake water surged violently, causing the yellow dragon ship to shake violently. Why? The king of Jing and was relatively calm. A one-armed old man stepped on the yellow dragon ship and capsized it. The retainer, who was already 70 years old, smiled bitterly. One step. The crown prince clenched the wine cup with 2 fingers. One step. The master in Jing and Palace, who was well-dressed and well-fed, nodded. His expression was extremely unnatural. He was also a lackey in the king's mansion. He knew that even if he was given 10 or 100 kicks, he would not be able to capsize a ship that could carry 500 tons of cargo. First level master? The crown prince suddenly laughed. The retainer sighed helplessly, not far off. The crown prince seemed to be much more relaxed. He was not discouraged by the one-armed man's feat. He asked curiously, "One-armed? Do you know of a one-armed master in Bailiang?" The squire shook his head. "I've never heard of him. He's probably a figure that Bailiang Palace secretly invited out of seclusion." Crown Prince King of Jing and stood up and prepared to go to another cabin. Out of sight, out of mind, the general of the ship had already sent Huang Tu-Lang to save them. Even he had been stepped on by the old celestial. He could only hope that Grandad Deity wouldn't be so calculative with ants like them. "We all know how strong you are. Rest well and don't kick us a second time." Wei Wei knew that the situation was hopeless. It was over. His face was ashen. This evil flood dragon, who had never failed on the Spring God Lake, turned around and slumped back into his chair. Beside him was his best friend, whose face had been scratched by the halberd. He was crying bitterly. Wei Wei couldn't understand how 100 Bailiang soldiers could suppress 400 Huang Tu-Lang to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe. He also couldn't understand how someone could beat the yellow dragon with the strength of a leg. Was the main warship of the Qingzhou Navy just a small boat? Su Fengnian didn't expect the old god of swords to make such a move. However, since he had created such a scene, he used the momentum to jump onto the yellow dragon ship. The Huang Tu-Lang, who were busy trying to salvage the people who had fallen into the water, all ran away in fear. The old Taoist Wei Shuyang, the halberd Ningame, and Lu Yangshu all followed His Royal Highness and jumped onto the yellow dragon. They went up to the 3rd floor, which was originally used as a lookout. Coincidentally, they met Crown Prince King of Jing, and who was about to leave in a hurry. Su Fengnian used the winter embroidered scabbard to press against the Crown Prince's chest. The Crown Prince's personal guards tried to stop him, but they were instantly pointed at by Ningame's halberd and surrounded by Lu Yangshu and the other 2, the dragon claw hand expert, who had been pampered in the Jing and Palace, didn't dare to move. Su Fengnian used a bit of strength on the winter embroidered scabbard and pushed the Crown Prince, whose identity he had vaguely guessed, back into the cabin. The group of people inside, more than 10 of Qingzhou's most prominent young masters and daughters, all looked at the white-robed, white horse and Bailiang butcher's son. The Qingzhou socialites widened their eyes in surprise, amazement, fear, and worship. Just their expressions and gazes were a moving picture. The Green Party in the imperial court was powerful. Who outside the borders would dare to challenge the tightly knit Qingzhou children? not to mention that the King of Jing and His Royal Highness were standing in the circle. Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Kid, you want to slip away? This yellow dragon ship is only so big. Where can you hide from this crown prince?" On the surface, the King of Jing and's crown prince appeared to be extremely cultured. Obviously, he had received the teachings of the King of Jing and Zhao Heng. Even with Su Fengnian's scabbard pressed against his chest, he still had a look of indifference on his face. Indifferently, he said, "I'm going out to get some fresh air. While I'm at it, I'm going to experience His Royal Highness's elegant demeanor." Su Fengnian slightly retracted the winter-embroidered scabbard, but he didn't put it back on his waist. Instead, he raised it and lightly slapped the face of the guy in front of him. This action was extremely humiliating. Su Fengnian's mouth was even more mocking as he said, "Don't think that this crown prince doesn't know who you are. Surnamed Zhao, given name Sun, the eldest son of the King of Jing and Zhao Heng. How can there be such a big gap between you and my crown prince?" Zhao Sun, whose cheeks were red from the slap, looked straight at Su Fengnian and calmly said, "The King of Beiliang's martial arts are unparalleled for thousands of years. My royal father is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism. Naturally, we can't compare." Zhao Sun's words had a hidden meaning, but it wasn't too big. Everyone could tell that the King of Jing and's crown prince was simply saying that Su Fengnian's current glory was all because of his father, who carried the world's infamy as a butcher. It had nothing to do with His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian's winter-embroidered scabbard was especially forceful this time. King of Jing and's crown prince Zhao Sun seeped out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Well said, you deserve a reward. This crown prince will reward you handsomely with a winter-embroidered scabbard." Zhao Sun was still forcing a smile. Jing and Palace's retainers were already prepared to risk their lives to save their crown prince, but Su Fengnian had already brushed past Zhao Sun and said softly, "I'll accept the Yellow Dragon cruise ship. I'll have to trouble you to jump off the ship and swim back to Xiangfan. Tell Zhao Heng that when the time comes, the father and son will go out of the city to welcome the crown prince." Zhao Sun didn't even bother to wipe the scarlet blood from the corner of his mouth. He walked straight out of the cabin and slowly said, "Xiangfan City will definitely welcome the crown prince." Su Fengnian didn't pay any attention to the King of Jing and's crown prince, who was about to become a drowning dog. He first gave a warm smile to the group of dumbfounded young ladies, then turned his head to look at the capital's son, hedonist Zhao, who was cowering in the corner, as well as the fearful evil flood dragon Wei Wei. He pointed at the two with his winter-embroidered scabbard and smiled. "One of you is the son of a fourth-ranked official. You formed a clique and made Zhao Sun deliver himself to your doorstep. Good job. The other is the son of Qingzhou's Dragon King. He dares to pull the bow and shoot arrows, and dares to ram the Yellow Dragon cruise ship. He's even more of a hero." Jiang and I, who had followed the old god of swords to the third floor of the cabin, had a strange expression on her face when she saw this scene. Could it be that Su Fengnian was so domineering and rude to outsiders? Previously, in Beiliang Palace, she only heard that he made a move on the maids in the residence. After leaving Beiliang, he tormented Jean Lanting in the county town. When he arrived in Qingzhou, he wantonly played with the Qingzhou Navy. She originally thought that he only knew how to bully weak women. Su Fengnian wasn't in a hurry to deal with Wei Wei and the one surnamed Zhao. He turned his head to look at the young ladies of Qingzhou and said with a bright smile, "Which elder sister or younger sister knows how to make tea? Let's drink tea and enjoy the scenery together. I hate fighting and killing very much. If I frighten elder sister or younger sister, later on, allow me to use tea in place of wine and punish myself by drinking 3 or 10 cups. How about this?" The second sister, an oval-faced young lady from Baelyang, wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the crown prince. She volunteered with a smile and said, "I brought some spring tea before the rain and a set of tea sets. I haven't had the time to make tea yet." Su Fengnian treated the women on the ship as if they were two different people. He was so easy to talk to that it was a complete mess. He laughed and said, "It's fate, it's fate." Jiang Ni's small face stiffened. Look, this guy's foxtail was suddenly revealed. Despicable. That gloomy guy with a swollen face was despicable just looking at him. But this guy who was flirting with the group of young ladies as soon as he boarded the ship was the most despicable. Chapter 165. Every time Su Fengnian took a step forward, Wei Wei and the one surnamed Zhao would take 2 steps back, until there was nowhere to retreat. Su Feng came to the window and happened to see the heir apparent of the king of Jing and his retinue jump into the water. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes, feeling deeply moved. At that time, Zhao Heng, the 6th prince, had the greatest influence. The Empress Dowager regarded this filial son the most highly. The faction of relatives and the leaderless civil officials hit it off. And it was at that time that Zhao Heng wrote the poem, "Raise an army of 1,000,000 to drive away the Mang slaves, immediately erect a monument on the first peak." That time could be said to be the most glorious period of Prince Jing En's life. Who would have thought that the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind? The second prince, who was originally the least favored, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was unknown how he obtained the full support of the eunuchs, chamberlains, and military generals. First, he secretly detained the Empress Dowager. Then he launched a series of assassinations. Several powerful relatives died in one night. The posthumous edict appeared again. It was clearly written that the previous emperor wished for the second prince to ascend the throne. The second prince rightfully sat on the emperor's throne and became the current emperor. The 8 princes contended for the throne, causing a disaster. In the end, only one of the former crown prince died. In fact, in the eyes of those with discerning eyes, this could be considered as His Majesty the Emperor being merciful and lenient. It was much better than the deaths of all the princes and grandsons of the previous dynasties. Zhao Heng and the other princes were successively conferred the title of vassal kings, each having their own fiefdom and military power. Although the vassal laws was extremely harsh, Prince Jing and Prince Zhao Heng, Prince Huainan, Prince Xiaoying, and the other weaker vassal kings did not utter a single word of complaint that reached the ears of the people under the heavens. Although the vassal laws was extremely harsh, Prince Jing and Prince Zhao Heng, Prince Huainan, Prince Xiaoying, and the other weaker vassal kings did not complain at all. As for how the master and servant would go to Xiangfan, this was not Su Fengnian's concern. After thinking for a while, he turned to Ningame and said, "Kick the Huang Tu Lang, who fell into the water again. One ship cannot carry so many people. Let the general of the ship take them to Mount Lao. Wang Linquan will be in charge of receiving them. When you kick there, but don't forget to mention that there is good food and drink at Mount Lao. I have done my best." Ning Ame accepted the order and left. When the young ladies of the noble families of Qinzhou heard the words of the Baelyang heir, they could not help but laugh. They looked at each other and laughed. To them, the Baelyang heir and the Baelyang heir were people far away in the sky. No matter how much they struggled in the imperial court, they would not be implicated. The Green Party had never participated in direct battles with the vassal kings. The Green Party was known as the best in the imperial court. If not for this, why was the Green Party the only one in 30 provinces? The Baelyang heir in front of them was rather interesting. Even though on the surface he was slapping the face of the Qinzhou Navy, he was secretly targeting the Jing and palace. As a result, the Green Party, who kept a clear distance from the King of Jing, and Zhao Heng felt much more at ease. They guessed that the ancestors would not be angry. It was true that the noble families of Qingzhou were united, but it was obvious that Wei Chong's family was going to be abandoned. Rather than being dragged into the water, it was better to drink tea and enjoy the scenery on the side. To be on the same boat as the Bailiang, His Royal Highness, and enjoy the scenery. How big of a gimmick would it be if word got out? Su Fengnian finally came back to his senses. He walked to the corner, picked up Zhao Heng, and threw him out of the window. He fell into the water with a howl. He then said to Wei Wei, who looked like he was going to trap the beast and fight to the death, "Let's use the ship and bring it outside of Xiangfan City, and we'll write off all our grievances. How about it?" Wei Wei, who had long given up all hope and was prepared to fight to the death, was first stunned. Then his pockmarked face was filled with joy. With a plop, he knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. In a trembling voice, he said, "Thank you, His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian used his foot to step on Wei Gejiao's head and scolded jokingly, "You blind thing! I heard that you've been racking your brains to become sworn brothers with Li Hanlin. Don't you know who he's been taking the blame for all these years?" Although Wei Wei was kneeling and had his head stepped on, his heart felt more and more at ease. He raised his head and smiled flatteringly. "It's all my fault for not recognizing Mao Tai. A man who knows when to yield and when to stand tall." This was true on and off the bed. Even if it was someone like Wei Wei who only knew how to be an unscrupulous hedonist, there were masters in all three professions. Most of them were able to do something of their own. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. What's the matter with kneeling in front of me?" Wei Wei carefully stood up. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the Bailiang heir's next sentence brought him back to his original state. "Your archery is not bad. It's said that you practiced it by killing women. Go, shoot an arrow at the son of the governor. If you kill him, I'll introduce you to Li Hanlin. If you don't kill him—" Wei Wei was silent. Chapter 166. When Su Fengnian pretended to wipe the dust off Wei Wei's body, he said in a low voice, "Wang Linxuan's silver is my silver. Wang Linxuan's grandmother is my grandmother's mountain. Do you really think that Qingzhou belongs to the Green faction? On this trip to Xiangfan, there will naturally be people who will help you think of how to impeach this Shitzi, how to act arrogantly on the Spring God Lake, and how to insult the King of Jing and beat up Shitzi Zhaosun. However, when you go out to shoot arrows, remember to be clean. This Shitzi can guarantee that the sisters at the table will not gossip. How about it?" Wei Wei bowed and left the cabin with large strides. Su Fengnian sat in front of the table and sat shoulder to shoulder with the oval-faced beauty who was raising her snow-white wrist to brew tea. He sat with the other Qingzhou ladies who were sitting in pairs on long benches. Su Fengnian patiently waited for the spring god head to drink tea. He unscrupulously looked at the faces and figures of the wealthy ladies around him. Most of them were of average beauty. Only the tea maker beside him had a charm that was close to 81. Su Fengnian openly reached out and hugged her slender waist. Not only that, he stretched out his leg and lightly stepped on her lotus-root little feet. He turned his head to look at the blushing Qingzhou beauty and asked with a smile, "Dare I ask for elder sister's name? This Shitzi has a peach blossom beauty fan. When I return, I will draw elder sister's face on the fan and play with it every day. Play with it every day." The table of red and green orioles and swallows all looked at the oval-faced woman. Their eyes were mixed with mischief and jealousy. Although the woman who was hugged by Su Fengnian had a good upbringing and had always been bold in her actions and words, she still couldn't take it when she was openly teased like this. She didn't dare to dodge, nor did she want to dodge. She lowered her head and pretended to be paying attention to the situation. Her family background was not simple. Among the 4 pillars of the Liang dynasty, the green faction was the smallest, but its voice was not weak. Among the 12 pillars of the dynasty and the Shang pillar, the green faction had 4 seats. The ancestor of this woman's family was one of the Shang pillars. In the past 30 years, he had moved between the Ministry of War, Ministry of Revenue, and Ministry of Appointments. He had countless disciples and was known as the roly-poly of 2 dynasties. Someone once joked that the number of times this roly-poly personally witnessed was only slightly less than the old Grand Secretary. Su Fengnian finally drank the tea. He drank it as if it was wine. He smiled and said, "At night, if elder sisters and sisters feel that the blankets are not warm, just tell me, and I will personally bring the thick brocade blankets." Naturally, there was another wave of bashfulness and coquettishness that could only be understood. The oval-faced beauty who was brewing tea quietly looked at Su Fengnian's side profile. She seemed to have noticed something and was in a daze. Su Fengnian turned his head and asked, "What's the matter?" She smiled gently and shook her head. After drinking the tea and winning a table full of laughter, Su Fengnian excused himself and left the cabin. He came to the bow of the ship. Yu Yue did not board the Yellow Dragon Fortress ship. Jiang and I and the old god of swords stood to the side. Wei Wei had already shot dead the dandy surnamed Zhao, who was still holding Yan Huan's arm and calling her brother the day before. She sat on the deck at the stern of the ship, holding her big bow in a daze. Su Fengnian opened his mouth and asked with a smile, "Not seasick anymore?" Jiang and I smiled coldly and said, "Isn't this tea delicious?" Su Fengnian pulled out a Bailiang arrow that was shot into the hull of the ship and held it in his hand. His body lazily leaned against the railing of the ship and looked at the vast lake. He said softly, "There's no taste. It's far from the spring god tea that I drank on Mount Lao." Jiang and I asked expressionlessly, "Are we really going to Xiangfan?" Su Fengnian nodded. Jiang and I frowned and said, "Are you not afraid that the king of Jing'an, Zhao Heng, will bring out thousands of men and horses to crush you into powder?" Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily and said, "The king of Bailiang, His Royal Highness, died in Xiangfan. Zhao Heng cannot bear this crime. If he was really ruthless and not so indecisive, the world would be his. Zhao Heng, this vassal king's luck was not bad, but he always felt that everything he did would be in vain. He had ambition. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. If he wanted to benefit the world, his ability was not bad. When Xiangfan was destroyed, there were only 20,000 people left. After changing the flag on the city, these 20,000 people went crazy and wanted to crawl out of Xiangfan. The city became an empty city, a dead city. But under Zhao Heng's rule, he implemented Huang Lao's theory of non-interference. Today, the population of Xiangfan has recovered to a few 100,000 people. The title of being the most important city in the world is true to its name. King of Jing'an, King of Jing'an. This vassal king title was given very well. Zhao Heng's reputation among the people of Qingzhou is very good. He can be considered the best of the 7 vassal kings. This kind of person cherishes his reputation the most. What do I have to be afraid of? Maybe Zhao Heng will be worried that someone will frame him and will want to send troops to protect me. Little Mudman, do you believe me? Jiang and I said with a face of disbelief, "Are you talking nonsense?" The old god of swords smiled faintly. "Little Su is not talking nonsense." Su Fengnian bent the Bailiang standard arrow with both hands and suddenly smiled. "I heard that there are still 100,000 wandering ghosts in Xiangfan that are not willing to leave the city. Little Mudman, you have to be careful when the time comes." Jiang Mi's face turned snow white, and he said with a strong front, "The one who is afraid of retribution is you? What does it have to do with me?" Back then, if the Pillar State hadn't been determined to besiege Xiang Fan and refused to surrender, refusing to leave a life gate open, how could Xiang Fan have become Fengdu? 10 years of being trapped in the city, the people in the city were sold like livestock. Kind mothers cut off their flesh to feed their children. Evil fathers threw their children into the cooking pot. The various states of the human world, good and evil, were all magnified in that ghost city. Every inch of wall was an inch of blood. Every inch of grass was an inch of sorrow. The energy in Xiangfan was unimaginable. 10 years of attack and defense. Under the strict orders of the imperial court, no scholars or historians were allowed to write about it. How tragic was the truth? Chapter 167. Su Fengnian joked, "That makes sense. When you enter Xiangfan, remember to stay away from me. Otherwise, why would I cut down so many peach trees in Jean Lanting's residence? It's all because Grandpa Wei is a master of the way of 9 bushels of rice, so he carries a few more peach with swords to slay demons. You better get close to him these days. Otherwise, you'll be haunted by countless ghosts. Women have a yin body, so their yang energy is far inferior to men's. Even old sword god Li won't be able to save you." Jiang Mi's face turned even paler. She stammered, wanting to refute and encourage herself, but she didn't know what to say. The little clay figurine's appearance had always been ranked in the top 3 beauties Su Fengnian had ever seen in his life. The first was, of course, the androgynous white fox's face. The second was a woman he had seen by the Luoshui River during his 3 years of travel. Until now, he could not tell whether she was a woman from a landowning household or the god of the Luoshui River. However, she was beautiful. She was a woman in her 20s, but her face was still like a pattern in the 19 chess books. No matter how delicate it would not change much. However, the little clay figurine was different. She had been growing over the years. Her breasts, which were in line with the title of Princess Taiping in the past, were no longer Taiping. Instead, they were becoming more and more plump. Perhaps one day in the future, her face would quietly be comparable to white foxes. Su Fengnian liked to tease her, bully her, and plot against her. Part of the reason was that it had become a habit. The old god of swords couldn't bear to see Jiang and I being deceived and frightened by this little scoundrel Su Xiaobei. He unhappily said, "Girl, this little bastard is deliberately deceiving you. Ghosts are like immortals. If you believe it, then there is nothing. This old man has traveled Jianghu and seen all kinds of strange people. When it comes to immortals, only old Taoist Qi can count. If Xiangfan really has 100,000 ghosts who don't want to be reincarnated, how can hundreds of thousands of people survive these years?" Su Fengnian chuckled. He didn't mind Li Chuangong's sarcastic way of addressing him. He didn't care much about face. It wasn't something that His Highness was born with. It was something that he was forced to do. He continued to play with the arrow in his hand, whistling leisurely. What made the old god of swords feel defeated was that Su Xiaoshou's nonsense was obviously more lethal than his earnest and heartfelt advice. Little Zhang's beautiful little face was still pale, as if she was about to run to Wei Shuyang's side with the peach, with sword in his hand. She had not even reached Xiangfan yet. Jiang and I, who had a deep understanding of ghosts and gods, said fearfully, "Then I won't enter the city. I'll stay on the ship." Helpless, the elderly god of swords could only roll his eyes and sigh. He thought to himself, that little bastard is really little Zhang's nemesis. Su Fengnian laughed and said, "When we reach Xiangfan, we will have to abandon the ship and take the land route. What will you do then? Stay on the ship for the rest of your life? Let me tell you, there are countless water ghosts who died unjustly in the lake. Do you really think that the 10 years of war between Xiangfan, and Xiangfan is just a simple siege. Only when the Xiangfan navy is wiped out would there be a siege. In the city, there's still the grand ritual of Zhou set up by the Taoist master of Mount Longhu. What's outside the city? Jiang and I was speechless. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. Old man, Li couldn't bear to listen anymore. He rubbed his crotch and planned to walk around the yellow dragon ship. This pair of foes could do whatever they wanted, and he wasn't willing to get involved in their quarrel anymore. Jiang and I asked timidly, the 36,500 grand ritual of Zhou set up by the Taoist master of Mount Longhu is very useful, right? Su Fengnian glanced at Li Chuangong's back and said playfully, of course. The grand ritual of Zhou is the highest ritual in Taoism. Setting up 1,200 altars is already a grand scale. Generally speaking, it's only when something big happens in the emperor's family or the ancestral court of Taoism. The word ritual means the ceremony of pouring wine. To put it simply, it's the Taoist master inviting the celestial beings to drink wine. The grand ritual of Zhou before this dynasty was only set up for the prince with 2,400 celestial beings to pray for blessings and disasters. There's also the 3,600 grand ritual of Zhou for the emperor to protect the country and its people. Xiangfan was founded by the Taoist master's residence. The 36,500 grand ritual of Zhou was unprecedented in history. It's equivalent to inviting all the celestial beings in the heavens. Back then, the Taoist master's residence spent 900,000 taels of silver. If that wasn't enough, the Taoist master's residence would have moved out of Mount Longhu long ago. Jiang and I nodded heavily and clenched his fists. His face relaxed a lot. Unexpectedly, Su Fengnian changed the topic and laughed sinisterly. But don't forget, just like you said, if the king of Jing'an wanted to deal with me, he would have needed 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers. It's obvious that the more powerful the enemy is, the more extravagant the situation will be. If the ghost city of Xiangfan didn't have any evil spirits that were hard to subdue, why would the dynasty spend so much money? Jiang and I was scared silly again. Su Fengnian threw the bow and arrow to a Bailiang light cavalry downstairs who was collecting arrows. He walked towards Jiang and I and said in a low voice, as for me, not only do I have Grandpa Wei's help, I also have many Taoist instruments on me. When we reach Xiangfan, you might as well sleep with me. It's best if we share the same bed, but even if we don't share the same bed, we have to share the same room. Chapter 168. Jiang and I kicked Su Fengnian's knee and angrily cried, I'd rather be killed by the ghosts than live with you. Su Fengnian bent down and patted his expensive white satin robe. He gave her a thumbs up and smiled. You have backbone. Su Fengnian pretended to remember something and smiled gently with ulterior motives. Yes, I remember now. The 100,000 wandering souls of Xiang and Fan are mortal enemies with Su Shao, which means that they are my mortal enemies. After you were killed by the wild ghosts, you must have something in common. The more they like you, the more you can't be reincarnated. You can talk about my bad day and night together for 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. The little mud man stared at his Royal Highness, who was the most despicable, sinister, and scoundrel. She choked with sobs and cried until her eyes turned red. Su Fengnian sighed quietly and restrained his expression. He reached out to wipe the tears on the little girl's cheeks. But before Jiang and I turned around, he retracted his hand and said softly, Little fool, you really believe my nonsense. Think about it. You want to use the talisman to assassinate me. How can the ghosts be willing to kill you? They want you to live a long life to avenge them, right? Jiang and I nodded blankly, sobbing as she nodded. Su Fengnian turned to look in the direction of Xiangfan. His hands were on his saber. A gentle breeze blew, brushing against his face and sleeves. The crown prince, who had a pair of red phoenix eyes and a red mark on his forehead, looked like an immortal. Su Fingyan whispered to himself, "So what are you afraid of?" "I should be afraid of Xiang Fan. I really believe in Buddhism, in the 6 realms of reincarnation, and in karma." Jiang and I wiped the corner of her eyes and asked blankly, "Then why are you still going to Xiang Fan?" Su Fengyan smiled. "I'm going to watch the fun. Don't you want to see the 36,500 Zhou Tian ritual?" Jiang and I shook her head. "Not at all." Su Fengyan stretched. "Let's go. It's time for you to read." The books were all on the merchant ship. The two walked down the yellow dragon cruise ship, one after the other. Su Fengyan said he would jump over her, but she refused. Su Fengyan could only stop the 2 ships and set up a wooden plank between the ships. Su Fengyan let Jiang and I walk first. She walked carefully, as if she was walking on thin ice. However, the more one was afraid, the more likely it was to happen. Halfway through, Jiang and I swayed and almost fell into the spring immortal lake. Fortunately, Su Fengyan held her shoulders with both hands. However, she was severely seasick and didn't know how to swim. After stabilizing her body, she didn't dare to move anymore. Su Fengyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only pick up this strange girl who said she was timid but dared to assassinate him, and said she was bold but didn't dare to take another step. Ignoring her struggles, he walked to the deck of the ship and put her down. As a result, he received a good beating from her. In the cabin, she was gnashing her teeth as she read. Su Fengyan was multitasking. He listened to Jiang and I read while reading the geography of Qingzhou. On the table, there was a map of Xiangfan that Wang Lingquan had specially collected. Just by looking at the drawing, one could tell that it was a majestic city. Over the next few days, the noble ladies of Qingzhou left in 3 groups. Most of them were unwilling to go to Xiang and Fan. Firstly, the ghost city Xinqi was too heavy. Secondly, they didn't want to be seen by the Jing and palace that they were in the city with Bailiang and his royal highness. The oval-faced beauty was the last to leave. For the past few days, she had spent most of her time sipping tea and chatting with his royal highness. Her hands had been touched, her feet had been stepped on, her slender waist had been hugged, and her cheeks had been pinched. Fortunately, she was still a virgin. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, looking at her expression when she left, it seemed that the latter was more likely. The women of Qingzhou valued fame more than life and death. In the past few years, when they entered the palace for the selection of consorts, this was the prefecture that paid the most attention. If the heir of Bailiang could be hereditary, according to the law, there would be 1 Wang Fei and 2 secondary Wang Fei. Would she really become the Wang Fei of the king of Bailiang? Other than the empress, there were only a few Wang Fei in the world. At most, there would be the crown prince's consort. Who could compare? Although Su Fengyan was idle all day long, whether it was teasing the noble ladies of Qingzhou, listening to Jiang Ni's reading, or daydreaming at the bow of the ship at night, he was actually racking his brains to figure out how to swallow the great yellow courtyard in his body. The great yellow courtyard had only absorbed about 20%. The embroidered winter sword in his hand could break the 6 armors. At dusk, they approached Xiang and Fan City. Su Fengyan walked to the deck of the yellow dragon ship and suppressed the irritation in his heart. For the past 2 days, he had been receiving news from Lucio. It was neither good nor bad. One was that the crown prince, who had not been confirmed for a long time, was finally coming to the surface. Another was that the literary, martial, and rouge reviews, which were held once every 10 years, had reappeared. Immortals and demons danced in Jianghu. At the beginning of the martial arts review, it said that there were 3 sects in the world. In Buddhism, there was only Avalokitesvara. In Celestial Way, there was only Ancestor Lu. In Shun Way, there was only Demon Rinsing Primogenitor. These 3 were the most mixed in the human world and were the closest to the people. Therefore, it was evaluated that the great Guanyin of the Western regions had entered the first rank, little Ancestor Lu of Dragon Tiger Mountain had entered the first rank, and the new chief of Wudong had entered the first rank. In the martial arts evaluation, there was a separate sword evaluation. Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping and sword crown Wu Luding were listed. In the secret letter, Lu Qiu said that the great Guanyin had already left the western regions. Little Ancestor Lu's little celestial master Qi had also left the mountain. Obviously, most of them were coming for Su Fengnian. The capital was in turmoil. All kinds of immortals and demons came one after another. What would Su Fengnian, who was unintentionally standing at the head of the tide, do? Chapter 169. When they arrived at Xiangfan, they could see the famous Jiaoyu platform on the city wall. The Jiaoyu platform had supported the wall for 10 years and a half on the signboard of the Jiaoyu Tower. There were 4 words, alone fishing in the Central Plains. Su Fengnian ignored Wei Wei and Huang Tulang and got off the boat. He rode his horse and galloped towards the ghost city in the twilight. He got off the horse when he was near the city gate. Jiang and I seemed to think that His Royal Highness had a Taoist instrument. He jumped off the carriage and trotted to Su Fengnian's side. Su Fengnian held back his laughter and pointed his embroidered winter knife at the top of the city wall. He squinted his eyes and said, "Do you see that?" Back then, the #1 general in the world guarded there for 10 years. There are not many people who can make Su Xiao grit his teeth. That scholar from West Chu, who really read the spring and autumn annals, can be ranked in the top 3. Even if your capital of West Chu is destroyed after the Western Wall, even if the whole of Jiangnan falls, this city and this Jiaoyu platform will not fall. Unfortunately, no matter how impregnable Xiangfan is, it can affect the world. Jiang and I bit his lips. Su Fengnian led the horse and walked slowly. The grain in the city eats the horses. When the horses are exhausted, the sparrows and rats eat the people. Jiang and I was silent. Su Fengnian said softly, "The soldiers knew they would die. The soldiers guarding the city fought to the last man. No one survived. This is the war of the spring and autumn annals. These tragedies are unimaginable to the sharp-tongued people of Shangyin Academy. The walls were made of huge bricks that were specially made in the 3 continents. Each brick had the name of the place where it was made, the supervisor, and the person who made the bricks. When the bricks were laid, the slurry of glutinous rice juice and sorghum juice, as well as lime and tung oil, was poured into the gaps between the bricks. The master craftsman in charge of the construction of the Xiang and Fan cities held a sharp awl. If the awl penetrated even an inch, he would kill the person who built the city and continue the construction. Therefore, the city was as solid as iron. At that time, the historians all called it cruel and cruel. Su Fengnian stopped and did not look at Jiang Ni's face. He said coldly, "When Su Xiao attacked the city, Wang Mingyang defended the city. Both sides prepared for war. This scholar, who used to be a scholar in Jixia, strengthened the defense and moved all the food and materials into the city. Even the houses were demolished and the wood, bricks, and tiles were moved into the city. To prevent Su Xiao from digging a tunnel, he dug 100 wells along the foot of the city and placed large earthen jars covered with leather in the wells so that those with good ears could listen. Not to mention the 50,000 soldiers. He also divided the 150,000 people into different classes. Monks, craftsmen, and paladins each had their own duties. The necessary materials for defending the city were divided into 2 categories: official, and civilian. Then, he selected Jianghu people who were good at fighting to patrol the city day and night to prevent spies from setting the city on fire. Wang Mingyang's military skills in the Shangyin Academy had been fully displayed in the past 10 years. Su Xiao once said that if everyone in Shangyin Academy was like this, he could even become a scholar in Jixia. Su Fengnian continued forward. To attack the city, one must first cross the river and cross the trench. Next is the most tragic climbing of the city. Climbing of the city is also known as climbing of ants. Looking at the top of the city, you can imagine the scene of thousands of people climbing up the ladder against arrows, boulders, wood, and oil. It was during this battle that the monks in the city invented the demon-subduing pestle, and the ox-nosed Taoist created the cauldron golden liquid that would fester the moment it touched the skin. In the alley battle after climbing the city, Xiang Fan gathered a large number of Jianghu people and heroes who swore to defend this important city for the 3 countries of the Central Plains. It could be said that they were united against a common enemy. Before the alley battle, they had defeated the Bailiang army countless times. If it were not for them, Xiang Fan would not have needed 10 years to break the city. 3 years would have been enough. People only knew that Bailiang's army was the best in the world, but they did not know that they were not bad at attacking the city on foot. In the spring and autumn war, they were unstoppable. Only in Xiangfan did they lose more than half of their elites, including 300 cave masters who were good at drilling. This attack and defense took 10 years. As for who was right and who was wrong, only heaven knows. However, it was in these 10 years that Su Xiao, who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, had a real feud with Jianghu. The moat was unusually wide. The drawbridge on the river was not closed. Xiangfan was strictly guarded at night, but the drawbridge had been laid flat all these years. Even the main gate had not been closed for a single night. It seemed that according to the instructions of the celestial master of Mount Longhu, after setting up more than 30,000 great cycle ritual to expiate the sins of the 9 underworlds, the ghost gate was not closed, and the wronged souls were allowed to leave Fengdu and Xiangfan. Legend has it that before the celestial master of Mount Longhu left the city, he personally went around the city to draw talismans. In the end, he even hung a Taoist talisman on the top floor of the Jiaoyu Terrace. On it was written, "The heavenly spirits have returned to the heavenly spirits. The earthly spirits should return to the earth." He said that when the wandering souls of Xiangfan dissipated, this talisman would burn up. However, the heavenly talisman had been written for many years and still did not disappear. Without a doubt, it became a haze that could not be removed from the hearts of hundreds of thousands of people in Xiangfan. Su Fengnian led the horse forward. Under his feet were 2 young kuei. Beside him was Jiang and I, who had a complicated expression. Su Fengnian subconsciously looked at the Jiaoyu Terrace on top of the city wall. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The tower was magnificent. Su Fengnian turned his head to the little mud man and said gently, "Don't be afraid." Jiang and I, whose palms were sweaty, lowered his head and grunted. His Royal Highness could not see the person in the tower when he raised his head, but the person in the tower could see Su Fengnian when he lowered his head. The person in the tower had a slender figure. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe and hemp shoes. He wore a Taoist bun with a wooden hairpin and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. The top floor of the Jiaoyu Terrace was a forbidden area. There were several respected old Taoists of Mount Longhu guarding it. Even the king of Jing and was not allowed to enter. When the great celestial master left the city, he made it clear that only the Taoist master's mansion could set foot on it. If the little girl and the little monk went to the Taoist master's mansion to make trouble, they would recognize this Taoist master. He was the one who led them into the inner courtyard of the Taoist master's mansion. It was he who blocked the attack of the arrogant yellow-purple Taoist master's mansion with his white-tailed horsetail whisk. He also personally introduced him to Mr. White Lotus. This little celestial master of Mount Longhu was surnamed Qi. He had the same surname as the great immortal Qi Xuanzhen, and the same appearance as one of the ancestors of Mount Longhu. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand and was praised by the national master, who ruled the world as Taigong Sitsin Kunlun. After he left Mount Longhu, all kinds of rumors snowballed, as if the whole world was praising him. However, he was indifferent because he didn't care about these things. To him, these great principles that most people couldn't understand were not principles. In the world, brothers were blind, children were filial, and husband and wife were in love. These were the principles. The great knowledge was just knowledge in the pile of books and classics. They were not knowledge. The old farmers worked hard to farm, the hawkers bargained, and the merchants pursued profits day and night. These were knowledge. He admitted that his Taoist roots were shallow, so he did not seek the way of heaven. He only wanted to enter the world through martial arts and help the world. He left the mountain for two things. The first was to enter Xiangfan. Before his master went into seclusion, he said that the heavenly talisman would burn. He wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. The second was to make a trip to Wudong to confirm whether the young chief could really shoulder the way of heaven. As for how to judge, it was very simple. The horsetail whisk in his hand could be used as a sword. If it could be killed, it was fake. If it could not be killed, it was real. He turned to look at the heavenly talisman that connected the world with a red rope and frowned. The heavenly talisman was shaking. Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes and saw a strange woman walking out of the city gate. She had 33,000 strands of worry on her head. She wore a snow-white monk robe, and a white snake was biting on her wrist as a rope. She was barefoot, but her jade-like feet did not cause a speck of dust. She walked lightly on the suspension bridge. Outside the city gate of Xiangfan, the ghost Qi was as heavy as snow and covered the sky and earth. She was the only one who looked like a bodhisattva transcending all living beings. On the fishing platform, the heavenly talisman burned to ashes. 10,000 ghosts out of the city. The Taoist from the Taoist master's residence sighed. Mount Longhu has lost. Mount Lantua has won. Chapter 170. The woman's skin was whiter than snow. When such a celestial woman walked out of the ghost gate of Xiangfan, Su Fengnian's horse lowered its head and neighed, its hooves pounding on the ground. Not only this animal, but the entire group of horses were doing the same. The young Kuei's scales stood up under Su Fengnian's feet. Its whole body was scarlet, and its face was ferocious, as if it had encountered something dirty. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and looked over. He didn't know if the woman was a celestial or a mortal walking on the suspension bridge. There was no one stepping on the moat, but in an instant the water was turbulent and boiling, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were passing by. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, showed a serious expression for the first time after leaving Liangzhou. With light steps, he swept in front of Su Fengnian and Jiang Enai, standing at the end of the suspension bridge and facing the woman from afar. The white-clothed Guanyin continued to walk forward until she reached the middle of the suspension bridge. The old god of swords stretched out his only arm and took off the dagger talisman. The two of them faced each other. No one saw her move on the suspension bridge, but the moat suddenly exploded. The mirror image of what everyone saw was distorted, and only the white-clothed Guanyin remained clear and independent. Su Fengnian finally saw the woman's beautiful face that seemed to be shrouded by thousands of snowy mountains. He was stunned. The woman was as beautiful as a painting, and he knew who she was. Monk Longshou, who claimed to be from Mount Lantua, said that he wanted to bring him to the western region. This monk in red robes and cassock was very otherworldly, so Su Fengnian specially went to the Tide Listening Pavilion to read the secret scriptures. The woman in front of him was the top Buddhist figure list, the master of the red sect of Tantric Buddhism. She had a long list of titles, such as Great Compassion Dharma King, Bodhisattva, Mending Acupoint, Master of 6 Jewels. She was an old woman in her 40s. Su Fengnian thought that she was already old, and even if she had the skill to retain her youth, she would not be that pure and youthful. However, the woman in front of him was a little too tall, and her face was no different from a woman in her 20s. Her eyes were compassionate, and she was born with a red mole in the middle of her forehead. Su Fengnian thought that if he had known that the master of Mount Lantua was so beautiful, he would have bargained with her. Dual cultivation? No problem. As long as the master was willing to leave the western region, Liangzhou's environment. His Royal Highness had mountains of gold and silver mountains. Would he lack of a bed? Su Fengnian calmed himself down and stood side by side with Li Chungang. He said softly, "This person is the Dharma King of Mount Lantua, also known as the Bodhisattva of 6 Pearls. It is said that she has Avalokitesvara Guru, Lotus King Guru, and Wrath Vajra Guru. Can you defeat her?" The old god of swords held the divine talisman with one arm and was all smiles. If he didn't know the identity of the old man in the sheepskin coat, he would have mistaken him for an old fellow who didn't respect himself and was blocking his way to take advantage of his beauty. Li Chungang lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of green gang chi that Su Fengnian could see with the naked eye. It wrapped around the priceless divine talisman and shone brilliantly in the night. The old man said softly, "The monks of Mount Lantua are known to be unkillable." Back then, the red-armored man fought with an old man with a pestle for 3 days and 3 nights. Neither of them could kill the other. The Vajra state of the First Order came from the Buddhism sect. This old man would like to see if he really has the Vajra body. However, it's unfair to fight with a little girl of the younger generation. Su Fengnian, who wished for the world to be in chaos, said, "The old god of swords is only holding a dagger. He's already conserving his strength and not bullying the younger generation." The cross-eyed old man glanced at His Highness the Crown Prince, who didn't want to settle the matter peacefully and only wanted to watch the battle from the sidelines. The corners of his mouth twitched, but he didn't mind. The reason why people couldn't make a name for themselves in swordsmanship was because they couldn't break 10,000 techniques with one sword. When fighting with others, they were afraid of this and that. They were so afraid that they would lose their swordsmanship in the end. Li Chungang was not willing to pay attention to Su Fengnian's narrow-mindedness. From Beiliang to Qingzhou, and then to Xiangfan, he had been observing this Beiliang heir. The conclusion he came to was that this kid's talent in martial arts was not bad. He was determined to be ruthless. It was a pity that he started martial arts too late. Otherwise, he might have become a Chao Guanzi before he turned 30. The white-clothed Guanyin took another step forward, and Li Chungang was about to attack with a green dragon. But she was only 1 step away. She stopped on the drawbridge. She did not look at the old god of swords, who was a potential enemy, but at the slowly retreating Su Fengnian. She raised her hand. The old god of swords, whose name was Sword Gang, had a talisman in his hand like a green snake. His gang chi was like a green snake spitting out its tongue. A gust of green gas gushed out, and his entire arm was surrounded by green gas. But this female Dharmaraja, who was born in the imperial family of central India and was born on Mount Lantua, only raised her hand to lift the pot, uncorked it, and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine was not familiar with the old god of swords gang chi, so much so that the entire drawbridge was filled with its fragrance. The little white snake coiled around her white arm. It was an extremely strange scene. This six-jewel bodhisattva glanced at Su Fengnian. With just a glance, Su Fengnian's great yellow courtyard surged like a tidal wave, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The retainers behind him were shocked and were about to step forward to protect him when Su Fengnian stopped them with a wave of his hand. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Fengnian's chest was not stuffy but clear. Second heaven and third heaven? If I take a few more glances, won't the great yellow courtyard be in my body? Sure enough, she looked again. Just as Su Fengnian was dumbfounded, the old god of swords frowned and shouted softly. A wisp of green gang chi appeared on the drawbridge and seemed to sever the formless chi. He glared at Su Fengnian and said, "Brat, you don't know what's good for you. Do you really think she's a compassionate bodhisattva just because you gave her some benefits? Be careful, you won't even know how you died." The white-clothed Guanyin shook her head slightly, put away the wine pot, and walked forward silently. "Brat, you and Jiang last retreat." With that, the old god of swords stomped his foot. With the sole of his foot as the epicenter, a deafening ripple of dust appeared. Su Fengnian pulled Jiang and I and floated backward. The spotless female Dharmaraja ignored the formless sword chi from the old god of swords and walked forward barefoot. Just as the sword chi was about to reach him, a big monk in a red kasaya appeared between the old god of swords and the white-clothed Guanyin on the bridge. He had a wooden expression and managed to block the rings of sword chi. His kasaya fluttered in the wind as he stood tall. Su Fengnian sighed quietly. This monk, Long Shou, who had said that he would wait for 31 years, had appeared. If it was just a six-jewel Dharmaraja, Su Fengnian believed that with Li Chuangong's strength and the second-rank retainers behind him, it would not be impossible for them to trap this Guanyin of Mount Lantua, let alone kill her. Although the red-clothed monk was not a first-rank Dharmaraja, in this delicate situation, he was the biggest variable. Moreover, Su Fengnian did not have any ill feelings towards the monk in front of him. He had always respected eminent monks who had achieved the Tao. If they really fought to the death, regardless of the outcome, it would not be a pleasant thing to watch. The red-clothed monk put his palms together and bowed his head. "My master has entered the world without any intention of fighting. I hope that His Royal Highness will not blame him. My master has come out of Xiangfan to release 100,000 evil spirits from purgatory. He has accumulated immeasurable merit for His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian felt that these words were preposterous, but he believed them without a doubt. Both Buddhism and Taoism had recorded that there were 100,000 evil spirits in Xiangfan who had been cooked by their relatives. Their resentment was so great that even the 36,500 grand ritual of the cycle could not eliminate them. Thus, the two sects made an unwritten bet that whoever won would enter Xiangfan, and whoever lost would leave Xiangfan. This would not change for 100 years. If Mount Longhu won, the two Zen temples and the monks of Mount Lantua would not be able to set foot in Xiangfan for 100 years. If they lost, Mount Longhu would have to withdraw the grand ritual of the cycle and move out of their Taoist temples. They would not be able to preach in the city. The disputes between the three sects and the sects for fame and fortune were actually childish and unreasonable. Jiang and I muttered, "She's so beautiful. She looks like Goddess Guanyin." Su Fengnian smiled bitterly. Goddess Guanyin observes the sounds of all living beings in the world. Ordinary people can be liberated by listening to her sounds. The Goddess Guanyin in the eyes of the little clay figurine first brushed past Li Chungang at the bridgehead. She then brushed past His Royal Highness and said softly in Sanskrit, "I'm Guanyin. You're uncomfortable. You're not worthy of dual cultivation." Su Fengnian did not know why, but he laughed and said, Since I'm uncomfortable, may I ask Bodhisattva to be at ease? Hashtag tomorrow update as the title. Recommended a few books and cartoons. Crossing the South and Returning to the North, 13 lectures on ancient poetry, the unnatural death of China's literati. The Queen of Arms was a female protagonist. The World of Acceleration was a pig's horn. Chapter 171. After Su Fengnian finished speaking, he noticed that Guanyin Bodhisattva beside him was a head taller than him. She was walking barefoot. Su Fengnian's height was already outstanding. Most of the men in the cold lands were tall and sturdy, but Su Fengnian did not appear short at all. Coming to Jiangnan, he appeared even more slender. Among the women beside him, Jiang and I was still growing. Tall women like Yu Yuwei and Shu Xiu were half a head shorter than him, but the female Dharmaraja was even taller than His Royal Highness. Not to mention how unconventional her clothing and temperament were. Just her height alone was rather eye-catching. After the two brushed past each other, Su Fengnian very ungracefully turned his head to stare at the Dharmaraja of Mount Lantua. The wooden-faced monk Long Shou once again put his palms together, greeting His Royal Highness alone. The two had met twice in Beiliang. In addition, although Su Fengnian had a bad reputation, he was close to Su Fengnian. Everyone in Beiliang knew this, so the monk Long Shou did not dislike Su Fengnian. The red-clothed monk threw a peach at him, and Su Fengnian returned the favor by nodding his head slightly. Because of Wang Fei's worship of Buddhism, Su Fengnian loved the house and its crow. He was well-versed in many Buddhist sections. This was not to belittle the principles of Taoism. He still agreed that the roots of the Central Plains were in Taoism. It was just that he had been exposed to the enmity between Su Xiao and Taoism since he was young. It was inevitable that he would have some opinions about some Taoist figures. In fact, Buddhism had always been called the Western religion by the scholars of the Central Plains. It was a very derogatory term. After the War of the Spring and Autumn Kingdom, the remnants of the fallen countries that did not care about fame and fortune in the early days all hid from the world. Once they chose Buddhism, they were widely criticized by the people. They were called escape from Zen because of the fear of death, and cursed that the old monks' true colors were excellent. However, as the current emperor began to worship Buddhism, their views changed. There were no less than 10,000 wandering monks in the capital alone, but Buddhism did not have a leader. It was not as clear-cut as the Taoism of Mount Longhu. The black-clothed old monk Yang Taisui was the imperial tutor of 2 dynasties. He had enough skills and experience, and was the best candidate to be the leader of Buddhism. Unfortunately, the sickly old monk was a rootless duckweed. He had even severed ties with his family early on. Even when he taught the sons and grandsons of the emperor, he would keep a straight face. It was rumored that he had broken a few feather dusters in the inner palace. The princes and princesses were all very afraid of this old monk. In the palace, Princess Suizhu was the most domineering. Even the fearless one said that she was only afraid of black rice crust. In addition, the black-clothed old monk had been refusing visitors for more than a decade. If he did not form a faction and was alone, how could he have any power? The white-clothed Guanyin fluttered away, turning a deaf ear to Su Fengnian's shameless request for freedom. Once she left, monk Long Shou, who had been willing to wait for 30 years, no longer had any reason to draw a circle on the ground and follow her back to Mount Lantua. Other than the 2 Zen temples, the monks all wanted to say that they came from Mount Lantua, but none of them actually went to Mount Lantua. Su Fengnian caught a glimpse of Jiang and I, who was staring at the back of the female Dharmaraja with a blank expression. He could not help but tease. You want to go to Mount Lantua with me? You want to be a concubine or a nun? Let me tell you in advance, eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha is much more difficult than studying to earn money. Li Chungang, who had gently tucked the divine talisman back into his hair bun, said playfully, "This woman from Mount Lantua has the intention of practicing dual cultivation with you?" Su Fengnian said regretfully, "In the past, I was afraid that she would be an old cow eating young grass, so I refused her no matter what. Now, it's her turn to despise me. What a world!" The old god of swords finally had a chance to make a dig at Su Fengnian, so he naturally would not miss it. He said sarcastically, "Young Su," she said in front of a large group of people, "that you are not worthy of practicing dual cultivation. You are the great king of Baelyang and his royal highness. How can you tolerate that? Won't you be the laughing stock of the world if this gets out?" Su Fengnian said, "It's best if they laugh to death. I don't even need to learn the sword anymore. If I see someone I don't like, I'll tell them this joke. They'll die of laughter after hearing it." Old man Li was stunned. Jiang and I, who had finally regained his senses, heard such shameless words and said angrily, "You're really shameless." Su Fengnian said helplessly, "Then, can you give me a way to save my face? Let 100 people rush up and beat up this goddess Guanyin, or kneel on the ground and beg her to practice dual cultivation with me." The little clay figurine was in a good mood after seeing Su Fengnian being looked down upon by the goddess in her heart. She turned around and repeated with a smile, "Not worthy, not worthy, not worthy." Su Fengnian purposely distanced himself from Jiang and I. He looked at the city wall and sighed. "Tonight is a good day for 100,000 wild ghosts to come out of the city." Jiang and I immediately shut up and subconsciously walked closer to Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian took the lead and walked up the suspension bridge. Xiangfan was a typical majestic city in military books. The outer edge of the city was built with a protruding horse face. Su Fengnian walked past the moat and thought about the first attack and defense of the country war years ago. He could not help but remember the Trojan bull during the siege. He turned around and asked the old god of swords behind him, "What's the origin of the name Trojan bull?" Su Fengnian seemed to realize that this question was inappropriate after he asked it. To a swordsman, having his sword broken was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation in his life. Moreover, it was broken by two of Wang Xianji's fingers. He did not expect old man Li to be so nonchalant. He only nodded calmly and said, "The name Trojan bull indeed came from the siege weapon that you guessed. It means that all the enemies in the world are cities. There's no city that Trojan bull can't break. The forging of Trojan bull and the divine talisman are no different. They both came from a piece of flying rock. The previous emperor sent people overseas to visit immortals. They happened to encounter a flying rock that fell into the sea and caused 1,000 waves. They fished it up from the bottom of the sea. Half of it was used to forge the Trojan bull, and the other half to create the red armor of the talisman general. The remaining essence was used to create the divine talisman dagger on this old man's head." Su Fengnian teased, "Then you and the little clay figurine are really fated." The old god of swords chuckled. Chapter 172. The city was strictly guarded at night, but that was only for normal people. For Su Fengnian, a top nobleman who dared to fight with the Qingzhou Navy, as well as a deity from Mount Lantua, he could come and go as he pleased. The guards at the gate had most likely received instructions from the king of Jing and Zhaoheng and did not stop him. Otherwise, if they met, it would just be giving face to Su Fengnian. They could not hope to make the crown prince of Baelyang suffer in such a small matter. Even now, no one could say that Su Fengnian would be punished for the farce at the Spring Deity Lake. After all, it was different from the past. Right now, the king of Baelyang, dressed in a blue satin robe with 9 dragons, was in the capital. For the first time in the morning court session in the Golden Imperial Palace, This king with a different surname carried a sword as he ascended the throne. Faced with the censure of several officials, other than Zhang Julu, Gu Jiantang, and the 3 grand secretaries of the palace, Rintu only stood there and dozed off, ignoring all of them. As for whether or not there was fear behind his anger, no one knew. There were rumors in the capital that the king of Baelyang and his cavalry were resting at the Zayamawi Inn, which was deserted. Everyone in the capital was delighted and applauded. They all said that this was the will of the heavens, and that the unjust will find little help. The fate of Baelyang had come to an end. The Zayamawi Inn was truly deserted. In the inner courtyard, the king of Baelyang, dressed in the garb of a rich man, was drinking green ant wine with an old monk in black. The wine was something that Su Xiao had specially brought from Liangzhou to Graydon City. The old man in front of him, nicknamed the Sickly Tiger, had been forcefully dragged over by Su Xiao. In fact, over the years, the green ant wine had been sold in the capital because of his second daughter, Su Weisheng's brother, appreciating the snow. However, the king of Baelyang had personally brought the strong wine for thousands of li. The gift was light, but the affection was great. This could be considered a way for Su Xiao to express his attitude to an old friend in a foreign land. You, Yang Tai-sui, did not treat me as a friend. Even when I entered the city, you had to keep an eye on me for the emperor. However, Su Xiao still treated you, old bald donkey, as a friend. That year you treated me as a farewell. The spring chill in the capital had long been eliminated, and the chirping of cicadas did not stop. However, Su Xiao still seemed to be afraid of the cold. He raised his hand and exhaled. He sighed and said, "When I left the capital, I remembered that the dynasty had 1,864 post-house stations. Now that so many countries have been annexed, can there still be half left?" The black-robed old monk said calmly, "Great Peace City, Great Peace City, the world is at peace and stability. Why is there a need to recreate the scene of the past when there were so many posts and messages flying everywhere? Isn't that a good thing?" Everyone knew that Su Xiao had an inseparable feeling for the post house because the Liang dynasty did not attach much importance to the construction of the post house back then. After Su Xiao took control of the military power, he proposed 10 policies. Among them, the post house and horse policy were developed to the greatest extent in his hands. There were also a few policies that had died midway, before they could be popularized because of the end of the spring and autumn period. The elimination of the post house was just a miniature version. When the Liang dynasty was at its peak, it was like passing one relay station after another. The relay stations were like fish scales, ride after ride. The relay horses were like shooting stars. Therefore, when the war of the country ended, almost all the emperors of the fallen countries were escorted to Great Peace City. During this time, when they saw a relay station 30 li away, they were all shocked by Su Xiao's methods. Many famous generals who only complained about the timing and location after losing the war were finally convinced. Because a small relay station involved many things such as the relay route, each of them was extremely troublesome. Just the planting and maintenance of the plants on both sides of the relay route alone cost the national treasury a lot of silver every year. At that time, the war was in full swing. Not to mention the incapable emperors. The wise emperors only focused on the training of armor. They wanted to spend money today so they could see results tomorrow. As an official, how could they be like Su Xiao and persuade the emperor to spend money on a 100-year plan? Su Xiao smiled. Of course, it is a good thing in the short term. After 100 years, it will be hard to say if it will be a good thing. The old monk in black was a monk, but he also drank wine. He took a sip and said calmly, "You don't have to worry." Su Xiao laughed involuntarily. "I'm not a monk like you. If I don't worry, how can I face the heroes who fought with me in the past?" Who won this world? Yang Taisui frowned and said, Zhang Julu will worry, Gu Jiantang will also worry. Also, so what if you helped the late emperor win the world? Without you, lame Su, there would be lame Li and lame Wang. You were proud of your achievements, but the late emperor didn't get rid of the hound after the rabbit was killed. He still allowed you to be the king of Bailiang. Isn't that enough? Su Xiao said softly, It's enough. That's why I didn't do anything after you pulled me to drink. The favor I owed you and him back then has been repaid. At this point, the old monk in black felt guilty and stopped talking. His expression was slightly lonely. When that woman first entered the world, the sword case only had 9 words carved on it. This sword pacifies the injustices of the world. When the late emperor learned of this, he smiled and said that without this sister-in-law, there would be no Su Xiao, and there wouldn't be his great country. The dragon sparrow sword of De Liang was worthy of these 9 words. That extraordinary woman only carved the last 9 words before she died. Every time the old monk in black thought of it, he felt guilty because he was the most guilty person in the world. The old monk asked, Then why did you still invite me to drink? Su Xiao snorted and said, If it weren't for my wife persuading me all those years after I came to Bailiang, saying that a bald donkey like me had difficulties, I wouldn't have bothered with you no matter how magnanimous I am. Yang Taisui smiled bitterly. Su Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, In the next court assembly, if Gu Jiantang dares to instigate a bunch of bastards to use underhanded tricks, don't blame me for pulling out my blade and hacking him. Yang Taisui frowned and said, Even if Gu Jiantang is empty-handed, you can't beat him. He's the #1 sword user in the world. Su Xiao asked in return, If I hack him, he dares to retaliate. Back then, when I beheaded his direct descendant and hung him on the city wall, he dares to stop me? He didn't dare back then. And now that he's getting older and older, he dares even less. The old monk in black chuckled and said, Seems like he doesn't dare. Su Xiao smiled and said, Isn't that so? How was this the king of Bailiang wearing a 5-clawed python robe? He was clearly a scoundrel in the marketplace. No wonder he could raise such an unscrupulous son like Su Fengnian. Su Xiao smiled and asked, If I really hack Gu Jiantang to death, what will you do this time? Yang Taisui said calmly, I've already repaid the loyalty and righteousness I owe back then. Since you can invite me to drink today, I can invite you to kill someone and leave the capital tomorrow. Su Xiao laughed and said, You bald donkey, at least you still have some conscience. The old monk in black remained silent. No one in the world was more trustworthy than this sickly tiger. The pot of green ants was quickly emptied. The old monk said softly, You've caused the princess to live uncomfortably in the past, and now you've implicated your children, especially that Su Fengnian. Don't you feel any guilt? Su Xiao smiled calmly and said, We're not a family. Once you enter a family, you won't eat a family meal. What's there to live uncomfortably? It's all fate. The old monk sighed. Su Xiao asked, Do you know about the 6 jewels guru of Mount Lantua? The old monk nodded and said, When this person first started cultivating, he didn't talk to the outside world, unlike the rest of the world. He achieved the great moksha state of motion and stillness early on. He's a great sage in Buddhism. He leaped into the 8 jewels realm at the same time as the new chief of Mount Wudong. They're both rare bodhisattvas of flesh. Su Xiao nodded and frowned. The old monk asked, I heard that this red sex Dharma king went to Xiangfan. Aren't you worried? Su Xiao muttered, How can I not be worried? She's dual cultivating with Fengnian. I'm worried, but not dual cultivating. I'm even more worried. Chapter 173. It had already been 10 days since the king of Bailiang. Su Xiao had arrived in the capital. In these 10 days, Su Xiao had not paid a visit to anyone, nor had anyone come to the Damaiyai courier station to present their name. Logically speaking, as a king with a different surname, Su Xiao should not be restricted by the rules and regulations of the clan and vassal law. Of the tens of thousands of officials in the capital, it would be best for them to curry favor with those in power. Even on the day when the results were released, quite a few officials would use the pretense of being from the same hometown to get close to those new grand scholars. Why was it that when it came to Su Xiao's side, not a single one of them showed up? In truth, with just a bit of thought, it was clear. In the imperial court, Grand Secretary Zhang led the civil officials, Gu Jiantang led the military generals, and the Green faction formed their own faction and roped in a group of stragglers. The remaining elders of the 8 perished countries supported each other, so it could still be considered a clear division. However, as the second generation of remaining young masters gradually rose to prominence, the earlier hostility and antagonism began to fade, and they began to integrate into the earlier tripartite balance of power. Among the 8 old countries, there were splits. Western Shu was the closest to Qingzhou, so most of them were absorbed by the Green faction. Many scholars in Western Chu naturally had a favorable impression of the current Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who hailed from the Great Yellow sect. As for the valiant Dongyue and other barbarian lands, they preferred Great General Gu Jiantang. The latter also felt that this group of youngsters who could ride a saber and spear, as well as write poetry and literature, was more to his liking. As a result, the old Grand Secretary and the other pillars of the country of the older generation did not see eye to eye with Su Xiao. The new generation of popular officials, influenced by their ancestors and the Spring and Autumn War, would not take the initiative to side with the remote king of Bailiang. Most of them were divided between the 4 factions on the surface. Of course, if the pillar of Bailiang took the initiative to favor them, it was likely that no one would refuse this enormous honor. Hadn't the minor official of Yongzhou, Jean Lanting, relied on a letter of recommendation from the pillar of Bailiang to become an extremely noble member of the Great Yellow sect, Su Xiao was not late for today's morning court session. When he stepped out of the carriage, he was already wearing a blue satin robe embroidered with dragons. In the past, it had always been Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who was the earliest to enter, and Great General Gu, who had always been the last to enter, and no one daring to overstep. Apart from this, as for who would be the second and third to enter the palace, it wasn't too particular. Generally speaking, it should be based on seniority and rank. However, as the struggle between the factions in the court grew increasingly intense, it became increasingly unruly. The Gu faction was mostly martial artists, and they looked down on the remnants of defeated and perished countries. They also didn't have much respect for the Green faction. The Zhang faction, which had the most influence, had always been gentle and respectful. If the 4 factions were to include the 2 variables of the foreign relatives and eunuchs in general, it was truly a chaotic and endless entanglement. In today's court session, most of the officials learned that Great General Gu had gone to the Liao 2 days ago and was destined not to return in a short amount of time. This made many of the spectators who were looking forward to the 2 famous generals of the spring and autumn period fighting fiercely in Baohe Palace feel extremely disappointed. Perhaps because the group of tigers had no leader, the Gu faction, who were originally used to being unreasonable and fighting to enter the palace, was extremely low-key today, not in a rush to pass South Tianmen. They only eyed the old cripple in the blue satin robe covetously. The Gu faction didn't make a move. The Zhang faction, because Grand Secretary Zhang stood at the door with his hands in his sleeves, as if waiting for someone, also didn't enter the palace. Known as Zhang faction's trusted civil official and conscience, the newly promoted Wuying Palace scholar Wen Shouxin stood next to the Grand Secretary. His forehead was covered in sweat because the Grand Secretary didn't enter the palace. In front of him, a hunchbacked old man was currently walking over the embroidered robe. Su Xiao chuckled and asked, "Scholar Wen, why aren't you carrying a coffin to court today?" When Shoshin still had some courage and insight, with a heavy cold snort, he didn't pay any attention to the mockery and ridicule. Earlier, he had his old servant carry a coffin to court to ask for death, impeaching the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, for the 10 great capital crimes, begging the emperor to pay with his life, only asking for Su Xiao's death. It could be said to be a magnificent feat which of the officials and common people of the capital didn't raise a thumb. Originally, some of the colleagues within the Zhang faction who had been silently criticizing him for being promoted to Wuying Palace Scholar also became completely silent, tacitly agreeing with Grand Secretary Zhang's arrangements. The Zhang faction's influence was the most profound and vast, so if they lost anyone, they wouldn't lack anyone. As a result, the internal strife was often the fiercest. Zhang Julu surprisingly didn't care too much about this type of internal strife. As long as it didn't touch his bottom line, he never interfered. During these years, only a few people were expelled from the Zhang faction, their fates all dismal. If they weren't banished to the border, then they would never be employed again. When Su Xiao saw that this Wuying Palace scholar was pretending to be deaf and mute, he patted his shoulder, saying with an amiable laugh, "The imperial court needs loyal and righteous subjects like you. I heard that when Scholar Wen was a county official, his sleeves were clean and his hands were clean to the extreme, even starving 2 of his daughters to death. When I first heard this news in Bailiang, I was already bewildered. How could this type of official only be an 8th-rank minor official? This is our Grand Secretary Zhang's mistake. Who would have thought that in just a few years after Scholar Wen's 2 daughters died, in the blink of an eye, he would become a Wuying Palace scholar? What rank does he rank among the 3 halls and 3 pavilions? It seems like Scholar Wen should still have a few fewer daughters. If he had 2 more, wouldn't Grand Secretary Zhang have nothing to do with it? Forget about Wuying Palace scholar. Even that Preservation Palace scholar would similarly be in one Darren's bag. However, it's hard to say if Grand Secretary Zhang doesn't have many teachers. Just the death of an old Grand Secretary, yet he already has his current glory when Darren still can't compare. Doesn't this mean that you 2 Darren are both profiting from the dead? These words are nonsense. The 2 Darren are both magnanimous prime ministers. Please don't take it to heart. When Shoshin's face flushed completely red, he wanted to curse out, but he didn't dare, feeling extremely sullen. There were a lot of Zhang faction officials who pretended to be angry, but there weren't actually that many who were truly angry. To the side, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was over 50 years old, but he didn't look old. This current number 1 person's appearance was especially praised by others, with a purple beard and blue eyes, extremely imposing. When he was young, he was nicknamed Blue Eyes. When he worked as an aide for the old Grand Secretary, he was greatly valued. However, the old Grand Secretary was patient, willing to spend 30 years to carve this piece of unpolished jade. He didn't pull up seedlings to help them grow, refusing several promotions in the bureaucracy on behalf of his beloved disciple, to the extent where he didn't even care about the opportunity to be sent out to become a border official. Meanwhile, Zhang Julu was even more patient, spending 30 years of his life in the imperial family, neither arrogant nor impetuous, always patiently watching the court's political affairs with the cold eye of a bystander. Only watching and listening, the only thing he didn't say. As soon as he left the imperial family, he became a dragon. Within 2 years after his respected teacher's death, he continuously rose 11 levels, taking over the old Grand Secretary's empty position, so much so that his position of authority even surpassed the old Grand Secretary's. Zhang Julu was ridiculed by Su Xiao, but he didn't show the slightest bit of abnormality. With an expressionless face, he said, "Young Guosher once said that if you have Buddha in your heart, you will see everyone as Buddha. If you have feces in your heart, you will see everything as feces. It is said that Dezhugwa was also present when Yang Guosher said this. I don't know if Dezhugwa heard it in his ears or in his heart. Su Shao laughed out loud and said, whatever Yang Taisui said, no matter what you all think, except for the good things he said about me, I'll just treat it as bullshit. Zhang Julu dismissed it with a light laugh. The main buildings behind the imperial city's south gate were the 3 outer court halls and the 9 inner court halls. Among the 3 halls, the Palace of Preserving Peace was the most expensive. The common people in the marketplace called it the Hall of Golden Imperial Audience. They thought that all court meetings were held there, but that wasn't the case. The Palace of Preserving Peace was usually used for all kinds of major ceremonies. His Majesty would usually hold court in the Tianqian Palace, or the Hall of Cultivation Spirit. It was probably to show his respect to the king of Bailiang, Su Shao, that the 2 morning court meetings were held in the Palace of Preserving Peace. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace had a total of 18,000 dragon patterns. The roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the roof of the Palace of Preserving Peace. This was only the scale of the Palace of Preserving Peace. Spread out, the number of dragon patterns in the imperial city was innumerable. The huge platform of the Palace of Preserving Peace had the character Earth facing the south. Starting from the south of the imperial city, the central axis of the Palace of Preserving Peace, the 3 halls were lined up in a row. Not a single tree was planted. To meet the Son of Heaven, the imperial road was long. The eunuchs and imperial bodyguards were hidden in the shadows of the strictly guarded buildings on both sides of the road. It was as if they were the only ones walking in the world. Therefore, when the blood-soaked Su Shao met the emperor for the first time, he was counting the number of steps to dispel his fear. If Su Shao was like this, it was needless to say that the other courtiers who attended court for the first time were trembling with fear. Accompanying the monarch was like accompanying a tiger, especially since the 2 successive emperors of the dynasty were both heroes and great strategists. The monarch's scheming had reached the peak of perfection. No one dared to say that they were familiar with figuring out the emperor's will. This made the courtiers feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Today, the blue-eyed Zhang Julu intended to let Su Shao be the first to attend court. Su Shao also did not decline his responsibility and took the lead to walk through the towering palace gate. It seemed that other than Zhang Julu, everyone had forgotten that as long as the Palace of Preserving Peace's Grand Secretary was empty, the civil officials had to respect the Great Pillar State as their leader. Chapter 174. Ever since Wudong's old chief, Wang Zhonglo, passed away, the incense that was already not much had decreased by a bit. Fortunately, the close to 1,000 old Taoists, middle-aged chancellor, and Taoist children behind the memorial arch were used to living a poor life. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the house leaks, it will be repaired. When the clothes are old, it will be repaired. At this time, a young Taoist was squatting behind the memorial arch of black tortoise dongxing and sighing. Beside him were a few mischievous Taoist children from the nearby Taoist temple. Each and every one of them were fighting over this Taoist priest to tell them some love stories from the book. This story was much more interesting than the Taoist scriptures, but it was a bit too desolate. Why didn't the men and women in the story have a good ending? Listening to the storyteller beside him, nearing the end of the story, he became more and more worried. Didn't they force themselves to be beaten by their master with a plank to escape from the Taoist lesson and sneak out? Martial Granduncle, why are there so many riddles, drinking games, and poems in this book? Don't tell me they were all thought up by one person. If it's true, how much knowledge does the person who wrote this book have? Isn't he almost comparable to Martial Granduncle? A little Taoist child who had only been on Wudong Mountain for less than 2 years asked timidly. The little Taoist child was born with red lips and white teeth. He was full of vigor. Propping his cheeks with both hands, he stared at his master's martial uncle. According to reason, he should be calling him Chief. However, it seemed that everyone in the book did not like this Martial Granduncle, so he still called him Chief, according to seniority. Nonsense! How can the person who wrote this book be more knowledgeable than Martial Granduncle? A little Taoist child who had entered the mountain a little earlier slapped the little Taoist child with a stern expression. The little Taoist child who was scolded held his head and did not dare to refute. I'm not talking nonsense. If the person who wrote this book and I were to debate about Taoist principles, I reckon he would not be able to win. However, when it comes to love and affection, I am 108,000 li away. This is the principle of specialization. In the future, when you study scriptures with your masters and encounter problems, don't think that your masters are always right. If I still say that you are wrong and you are still unconvinced, you can go down the mountain to find out who is right and who is wrong. If one day you feel that you have found the answer and that I and my masters were wrong, you can return to the mountain and tell us that we were really wrong. If you feel that you were wrong, don't feel ashamed. Remember that our Wudong Mountain Gate will never be closed. The young Taoist smiled and rubbed the head of the youngest Taoist. His smile was warm. Martial Granduncle, I think it's wrong for Master to hit us whenever he's unhappy. What do you think? The little Taoist asked innocently. The young Taoist laughed softly and said, When I was young, I was also hit a few times. However, now I know that most of the time it was my own fault. After a while, I no longer care about it. Master and senior brothers are not saints without temper. It's inevitable that they will make some mistakes. In Wudong's 1,000 years of history, there are hundreds of thousands of recorded Taoists. However, there is only one statue of Xuanwu Tianzuan. We, including me, are all ordinary people. We have to allow others to make mistakes and allow ourselves to make mistakes. Don't be stubborn. Otherwise, we will not be happy. It's not easy for us to come to the world. If we are always angry, even if you are a high and mighty emperor, it will be boring. Moreover, we are born in the world. Glory, splendor, wealth, and status are nothing more than passing clouds. The Tao is made of gold, and the medicinal pill furnace is filled with spring. Wudong is my pillow, and my pillow is Wudong. That is enough. A slightly older Taoist whispered, Martial Granduncle, I heard that rich people eat meat every day. I am so greedy. When I am hungry and recite scriptures, I always drool when I think about it. The most handsome young Taoist with the highest seniority smiled and said, Isn't eating meat every day the same as eating plain tea every day? Qingfeng, Martial Granduncle, gave you 10 steamed buns. You were the first to taste it. How does the 10th steamed bun taste? The young Taoist named Qingfeng said with a bitter face, 10 steamed buns. I am stuffed to death. The young Martial Granduncle laughed and said, That's right. It is the same principle on the mountain. Senior brother sect leader said that it is better to have a high heart than a high Tao. If we are greedy, there will be no end. Before ancestor Lu ascended to immortality, he hung a sword on Nangong Yuejiao's head. Do you know what is the most powerful part of that sword? I heard from Master that the sword can fly for 1,000 miles. It must be to slay demons and eliminate devils." The young martial granduncle listened with a smile and did not say anything. When it was quiet, he said softly, "Ancestor Lu seemed to have left behind the 3-foot sword, but in reality, he left behind the Dao root and Wudong. He taught us to use the Qingfeng sword to cut away worries, greed, anger, and lust." Lust. The youngest Taoist child was confused. The rest of the young Taoist priests, who didn't know much, were all chuckling. The book I read is called The First Snow in the East Wing. It skipped some things about men and women. The young martial granduncle said with a smile, "Does Grand Martial Granduncle have lust?" The little guy asked, without waiting for the martial granduncle to reply. The little guy was beaten up by the senior brothers and junior uncles. The young martial granduncle rubbed his little head again and said softly, "Yes." There was a burst of surprised gasps, but no one thought that the self-proclaimed Wudong Mountain's young ancestor who claimed to have lust was not lofty, learned, or amiable. The young martial granduncle laughed and said, "It is not a bad thing to know that you are not good. This is the same as us Taoists seeking the Tao of heaven. You know that it is not in my hands, so you want to seek the Tao." "Martial granduncle, you still haven't sought the Tao?" a young Taoist asked nervously. "It is hard to say," the young martial granduncle said honestly. At this time, a group of old pilgrims from Yongzhou finally walked more than 10 li of the divine path. Panting for breath, they arrived under the memorial arch. The young Taoist immediately stood up and called the young Taoist beside him to help carry the luggage. When they went up the mountain, the Taoist children skillfully introduced the scenery of Mount Wudong and the Taoist temple. The old pilgrims probably thought that the young Taoist children were amiable and cute, so they all showed a smile of vicissitudes. They walked and stopped, and their tiredness gradually disappeared. The young martial granduncle knew that the younger generation would not be able to accompany them to the top of the mountain, so he let them go down the mountain first and picked up all the luggage alone. The old people felt apologetic, so the young Taoist, who did not speak much along the way, smiled and said it was nothing. The old pilgrims saw that he went up the mountain like moving clouds and flowing water, with an indescribable magical style. It really did not seem like he was pretending to be relaxed, so they felt a lot more relieved. Without the young Taoist children, the old pilgrims finally asked a slightly sensitive question, which could not be avoided from the old and new Wudong Mountain. The last time this group of old pilgrims from Yongzhou came to Wudong was more than 10 years ago. This time, it was almost the last time in their lives that they would climb the mountain to burn incense. Most of them did not have a bad impression of Wudong, but their families' descendants were more willing to go to Mount Longhu. Their bodies could not walk, but their words revealed that if they were 20 years younger, perhaps they would really go to Mount Longhu, which produced 3 state teachers in succession. When the young Taoist priest, who was carrying a lot of luggage, heard this, he did not say anything. He only smiled and appeared naive. In the eyes of the old pilgrims, this was much more pleasing to the eye than trying to put in good words for Mount Wudong. They slowly climbed up the mountain. When they were close to the peak, they met an old Taoist priest who was sitting and looking at the sea of clouds. The old Taoist priest finally recognized the young Taoist priest, who was carrying heavy luggage up the mountain. He quickly got up and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings to the chief." The young Taoist priest smiled and nodded, which could be considered a greeting. The dozen or so old pilgrims could not believe their ears. They all looked at the young Taoist priest, who had accompanied them all the way, and listened to how Mount Longhu was, and how cold Mount Wudong was. They had indeed heard that the chief of Mount Wudong was surprisingly young. The main reason they came to Mount Wudong to burn incense was that they hoped to meet the new chief. They wanted to take a few glances at him from afar. It would be good to get some immortal air. No matter how Mount Wudong had declined in the past 100 years, it was still the ancestral court of Taoism that had once suppressed Mount Longhu, with the immortal Wang Zhonglo before them. The pilgrims still regarded the new chief as an immortal from the bottom of their hearts. But why is this young immortal carrying the luggage of us old men? Chapter 175. Reincarnated. After knowing the Taoist identity as the Wudong sect leader, the old pilgrims did not dare to let the number one immortal on the mountain carry their luggage for them. The young sect leader could not dissuade the old people, so he could only accompany them all the way to the entrance of the Black Tortoise Hall on the Big Lotus Peak. There were few pilgrims. The young Taoist stood under a 1,000-year-old camphor tree and looked at the pilgrims holding incense and worshipping in all directions. Finally, they threw the incense into the huge incense burner. Wudong Mountain finally had some incense and smoke. He suddenly turned his head and saw a Taoist dressed in a Taoist robe outside the mountain. He held a white-tail horsetail whisk in his hand, and his hair was tied up in a bun made of boxwood. His expression was solemn as he slowly walked through the door. There was no dust on his body. Just by looking at his immortal aura, even the Wudong sect leader under the camphor tree seemed to be far inferior. The young Taoist slightly bowed to the uninvited guest. The slightly older Taoist ignored him and only looked into the Black Tortoise Hall. He could vaguely see the magnificent statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor in the hall. The statue was several feet tall, with long hair and bare feet. He wore golden armor and stepped on a black tortoise. The Taoist looked at the red bronze statue and then looked at the incense burner outside the hall. He shook his head and muttered, "Suppressing the demons and ruling the north, only Black Tortoise can stop him?" After becoming the sect leader of Wudong, the Taoist quietly stood far away. He heard the Taoist's question, but did not directly answer. He only asked with uncertainty, "Probably." The foreign Taoist frowned. "Even you are not sure?" The young sect leader smiled and asked, "Mount Longhu said that you are the reincarnation of 3 generations of grandmasters. They also said that back then, Grandmaster Lu split the Azure Gall sword embryo into 3, and you obtained one of them. Tell me, is this true or false?" Unexpectedly, the Taoist shook his head without hesitation. "It's false." The new sect leader of Wudong was probably shocked and was speechless. On the contrary, the Dragon Tiger Taoist priest who was in another sect's territory appeared to be overbearing. Finally, he was willing to take a look. He looked at the number 1 person of Wudong, whose aura and demeanor were not as good as any of the Taoist priests in the Taoist master mansion. He asked, "You're called Hong Shixiang?" The fellow called Hong Shixiang nodded his head, squatting down on the stone steps, exchanging glances with each other. Although the Taoist of Mount Longhu in front of him had an overbearing aura, it takes 2 to clap, isn't it? The person squatting there was neither red nor white in the face, as if he had seen a guest from afar, the kind that was half unfamiliar with him. Therefore, he was neither pretentious nor warm, nor did he have a cold expression. Thus, the confrontation between the two was not as tense as before, but instead, it was as if a chicken was talking to a duck. The visitor of Mount Longhu knew that he was called Hong Shixiang. Since Hong Shixiang knew about the Qingdan sword embryo, he naturally knew that this person with a great background had the surname Qi and the name Xianxia. Other than this name being unforgettable, it was more because this person with the surname Qi was not only famous in Mount Longhu and the Taoist Master Mansion, but also in the entire world of Taoism. Qi Xianxia was a genius that was second to none. In the future, he was destined to be the pillar of the orthodoxy. The reason that Wudong knew was very simple. Little Wang Shixiang's swordsmanship was already outstanding enough. But Big Shixiang said that in the sex sword competition, Wang Xiaoping was only 3rd. The second place was an old senior from a blessed paradise. Both of them were suppressed by the young dragon tiger Qi Xianxia. Of course, rumors were just rumors. The truth had to be seen with one's own eyes. In Hong Shixiang's eyes, not only was the horsetail whisk in Qi Xianxia's hand a sword, even the ancient tree under the 1,000-year-old camphor was also a sword. Moreover, they were all unsheathed swords. There was a popular saying in the Jianghu, "I don't hold a sword, but I have thousands of swords." It was probably a vivid portrayal of Qi Xianxia. Hong Shixiang, who was squatting on the stone steps, sighed heavily. Look, the foot of the mountain was full of powerful people and terrifying things. How dangerous! As for why Qi Xianxia came up the mountain, Hong Shixiang was not really an idiot who did not understand the ways of the world. There were not many Taoist temples in Wudong, but there were also quite a number of them. It was inevitable that there would be some small conflicts between Taoist temples. If someone was not convinced, they would visit the temple every now and then to argue. In private, if the young Taoist lost in words, they would use their fists to reason. When he was young, he would ride a bull and wander around the mountains. He would always meet some juniors who had arranged to settle this privately in a secluded place on the mountain. In the past, he was very happy to watch from the sidelines. Now that he was the chief, he could not clap his hands and cheer. He could only wait until the fight was over and then mediate. On Longhu's side, other than Qi Xianxia, no one else was suitable to come to Wudong. The four great Taoist masters were old. Even if they won in a war of words, it would not be glorious. Among the young Taoist masters, Mr. White Lotus was invincible in debate. However, if Hong Shixiang did not care about what Mr. White Lotus said and agreed to it, Mr. White Lotus would probably be helpless. Qi Xianxia was different. Was he really going to fight? Qi Xianxia said that his Qingdan sword embryo was fake. However, no matter how Hong Shixiang looked at it, this guy's edge was hard to resist. Qi Xianxia looked at Hong Shixiang's awkward expression. It did not seem to be fake. Although his state of mind was still calm, he had expected countless situations. He did not expect that the new chief of Wudong would be such an unambitious and irresponsible person. If he did not see Hong Shixiang carrying the luggage for the pilgrims when he went up the mountain, Qi Xianxia would have smashed the statue of Zhenwu the Great Emperor. This was something that could be done with a few strokes of the horsetail whisk. As for whether Wudong and Longhu would become enemies because of this, Qi Xianxia did not care at all. In the Taoist master's residence, for hundreds of years, they had a complicated attitude towards Lu Dongxian. No matter how good Lu Dongxian was in poetry and sword, he was still an old immortal on Wudong Mountain. There were countless immortals in Longhu Mountain, and there were also a few great Taoist masters. However, they did not seem to be as approachable as Lu Dongxian. Qi Xianxia had long felt that compared to Lu Dongxian, the Taoist masters in Longhu Mountain's Zhao family's genealogy were more like clay statues in a Taoist temple. They were rigid and distant. They could not drink heroic wine or write soaring poems. They only looked high and mighty. Chapter 176. For a moment, the atmosphere outside the Hall of True Martial Arts was a bit cold. The older Taoist priests kept their distance. Only a few naive and ignorant little Taoist children gathered together to criticize the foreign Taoist priests. In the eyes of these children, whether the young martial granduncle was the leader or not, he was still the number one in the world. Wasn't the king of Bailiang, His Royal Highness, domineering enough? Wasn't he still subdued by the martial granduncle? Of course. This was mostly because they hadn't seen the scene of Su Fengnian beating up Hong Shixiang. But then again, even if they had seen it, the little Taoist children would only think that the martial granduncle was magnanimous and didn't lower himself to the same level as ordinary people. Qi Xianxia took the initiative to ask, Was the deed of thorough comprehension written by you? Was it not written by your senior brothers? Hong Shixiang didn't answer the question. There's nothing to entertain on the mountain. I'll give you one later. Qi Xianxia frowned. Hong Shixiang suddenly asked, Is the scenery of Jiangnan good? Qi Xianxia was silent. Hong Shixiang asked, I heard that Longhu is quite close to Huding County. The weather there isn't cold, right? Qi Xianxia seemed to be annoyed by this kind of boring question. His tone became colder. Why don't you go there yourself? This time it was Hong Shixiang's turn to be silent, probably thinking of Hong Shixiang's statement that he had never left the mountain and then associating it with the occasional secret from the Taoist master's residence. Qi Xianxia's expression became strange. He hesitated, then sneered, Huding County isn't cold right now. It's just that there's a big joke. Your king of Beiliang's eldest daughter Su Weisheng's improper conduct has angered everyone there. Even the capital has heard that there's a lady in the palace who wrote the precepts for women who is very angry, spreading the news that she's going to interrogate this princess who's married to Jiangnan. Hong Shixiang raised his head and asked seriously, Interrogate what? Qi Xianxia said calmly, As the leader of Wudong, you're only concerned about this? Hong Shixiang smiled, pointed to the statue of Zhenwu Great Emperor in the hall, and said, That person is concerned about the suffering of the people. As for me, I don't have the ambition to help the people like your Taoist master mansion. I only care about the warmth of the mountain. As for the situation at the foot of the mountain, I'm just asking. By the way, tell me, what is the crime? Qi Xianxia ignored Hong Shixiang and looked at the devil-rinsing primogenitor in the dim hall again. He sighed softly and said, It has been 1,000 years since it was forged. Qi Xianxia turned around and said, My path is different from yours. I will go to the Great Void Temple to take the ancient sword that ancestor Lu hung on the eaves. I don't know what crime she was charged with. All I know is that when the princess went to Mount Longhu to burn incense, she was stopped outside the mountain. Hong Shixiang stood up. He took a step forward. Back then, this young martial granduncle had stepped into the heavenly phenomenon realm. Today, he took a step closer and snatched the horsetail whisk from Qi Xianxia, the sword chief of Taoism. On Mount Wudong, the long-awaited arrival of wind and thunder was welcomed. Su Shao of the Great Pillar State led the civil and military officials on the central axis. At the end of the imperial road that ran through the square, he looked up and saw the towering hall on the 3-story platform. The Palace of Preservation of Peace was the center of the dynasty, the center of the worship of thousands of dragons. To the entire world, the Palace of Preservation of Peace was just a square inch away. There were no more than 100 people standing here. However, the rise and fall of the empire depended on the people here and the government orders here. Even the slightest breath here would determine the health of the huge empire. The majestic platform on the 3rd floor had a railing carved from white jade, thick red wooden pillars, green eaves, and a golden glazed roof. It was extremely majestic and beautiful. A few years ago, the rear court of the imperial palace was burned down in a fire. Many palaces needed to be rebuilt. The stone and wood within a few hundred miles of the outskirts of the capital had long been cut down and excavated. Su Zhao's Beiliang transported countless giant stones and ancient trees here. One of the cloud dragon stone used as the stone steps of the rear eaves weighed 300 tons. One could see the extent of the labor and cost. At that time, complaints were heard everywhere. The remonstrant officials were even more excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They accused Su Shao of being a treacherous official, saying that the king of Beiliang was flattering and demanding excessive taxes. There were even people who said that if Su Shao did not die, the country would not be in trouble. However, the remonstrant officials who boasted of being untainted were really untainted. Su Xiao was still the Su Xiao who could get whatever he wanted, a high and powerful official who could not be moved, walking on the central axis of the empire, and reaching the end, one did not need to lower one's head. As long as one approached, one would see a huge wall of 9 dragons embedded in the ground. The 9 golden dragons were vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to soar into the sky in the next moment. On the left and right sides of the wall of 9 dragons were stone steps leading to the main hall. The civil officials walked on the left, and the generals on the right. In the hundreds of years of the Liang dynasty, there had never been a fool who had walked on the wrong path. The older generation of officials all knew that every time lame Su stepped onto the stone steps on the right side of the wall of 9 dragons, he would pause for a moment and mumble to himself, but no one had ever heard him clearly. Su Xiao was born a martial artist, so every time he went to court, he would walk on the right side, no different from the first time he entered the capital. The imperial court had given him the title of Pillar of the Nation, and now it seemed that there was a bit of a drama going on. It was no wonder that the imperial court had been a chaotic mess back then, with people crying, kneeling, and furious. At this moment, the vast majority of the civil and military officials behind Su Xiao had never discussed politics with this prince of a different surname. So many of them were paying attention to Su Xiao's movements after he walked up the steps. As expected, Su Xiao glanced back at the southern imperial gate. But no one knew what the butcher lame Su was thinking. Su Xiao thought that once he walked through that gate, he would truly have no choice. Normal people who approached the imperial gate would be questioned. Those who could walk into court would have a lot of glory and wealth, but as for how much they had to pay, that was a difficult question for each family. Even the one sitting high on the dragon chair in the main hall found it difficult to ask. Since the founding of the Liang dynasty, it had never stopped. In the early stages of the restoration of the imperial gate, the assassination of Emperor Huanling by eunuchs in the Jiayin Palace, and then the attack on the Eastern Palace in the 6th year of Jia. And then there was the case of the scarecrow of Crown Prince Shun He, and the case of Emperor Rintai's sudden death from overdosing. Then there was the case of the moving of the imperial palace and the fight over the 3 official temples 50 years ago. And then the recent case of the white dress. Su Xiao muttered to himself, and then walked toward Baohe Palace. His eyes were cold. At the Maui embassy, he had already learned that not only had Feng Nian provoked the Qingzhou Navy on the Spring God Lake and been questioned by some people, even his eldest daughter, Su Weisheng, who had married off far away in Jiang and could not live a peaceful life. The group of bastards behind him really thought that his sword was just for decoration. On this day, Baohe Palace was in a great uproar. The world had only heard that after the court was dismissed, Su Xiao of the Great Pillar of Country had not even left the palace gates when he used the scabbard to cripple a 3rd-rank official. Chapter 177. That night, they had bumped into the white-clothed Guanyin and the ghosts. Even though they couldn't find an inn after entering the city, it didn't matter to them. They wandered around for 2 hours. During this time, several groups of patrolling guards took the initiative to stay far away from them. In the end, Xu Xiu finally found a place to rest by the lake. As they walked, it didn't match with her impression of the ghost city of Fengdu. Inside Xianfan, it was quite beautiful and prosperous. It was far from being comparable to the cities of Beiliang. King of Jing and Zhao Heng had spent 20 years of effort in managing the place. The inn was next to one of the most famous lakes in the world, Skinny Goat Lake. This lake had 10 sceneries. The inn was truly close to the water. It was reasonable for His Royal Highness to take out a large amount of silver as a stepping stone. Su Fengnian didn't immediately rest after he checked in. Instead, he sat on the 2nd floor by the window and asked Bluebird to boil a pot of wine. The green and white luan that Lu Qiu or had brewed fell to the window. Bluebird opened the secret letter and handed it over. After Su Fengnian finished reading it, he pinched it between two fingers and placed it on the candle flame to burn it to ashes. He gently blew away the ashes and couldn't help laughing. So lively! Bluebird didn't interrupt. She just quietly looked at the young man sitting beside her. She looked at him for more than a decade. She also looked from a girl to a young girl to a woman. As a servant girl in the prince's residence, she didn't seem to work hard without complaint. Furthermore, the female servants in the manor were quite willing to work like cows and horses for His Royal Highness. As for Bluebird, she didn't like to speak. Even when she smiled, she was reserved. As a result, she always gave people the feeling that she was like a piece of snow, but as hard as iron. She wasn't as likable as the head servant girl of Wudong Garden, Sweet Potato. Su Fengnian had interacted with Bluebird and had long become accustomed to this kind of self-talk. He very naturally continued to talk and laugh. The letter said that Su Shao finally made a move. Outside of Baohe Palace, he beat a deputy agriculture minister half to death. That guy really doesn't have good eyesight. In the palace, not only did he talk about me playing around with the Qingzhou Navy, he also brought up a pot that didn't boil and said that my eldest sister's conduct was improper. If it were me in the palace, I reckon I wouldn't have the patience to walk out of the throne room. We need to quickly go to Gangnam-do and see my eldest sister first. Then we can immediately go see my second sister and Huang Manor. Eldest sister always says that Jiangnan's water and soil are good, and that it has raised a street full of delicious girls, like baskets of green vegetables and radishes. I don't know if this is true or not. Bluebird's smile was somewhat helpless. In fact, the stool was right in front of her, but she was still standing. She was very content. Su Fengnian drank a mouthful of wine and said with a smile, "The letter also said that the Jianghu is very lively right now. The civil, martial, rouge, and other rankings have all been released. The newly released top 10 masters of the martial arts rankings is still Wang Xianji. The position that Wudong's old chief vacated was given to a guy who didn't have any reputation before. He's a machete man from Beimang. I'm very curious as to where these rankings came from. It must be some well-informed fellow who dares to release these rankings. That old man, Li beside us, has just come out of the Tide Listening Pavilion, and he's already on the rankings. However, he's only ranked 8th, one place lower than that machete man. It's scary. The old god of swords may be one-armed, but he's made a lot of noise every time he fights. I really can't imagine how shocked the immortals and monsters ranked above him are. Sometimes when I look at the embroidered winter-spring thunder, I feel a little discouraged. I admit that I'm already very lazy when it comes to practicing the blade, but why do I always feel that I'm miles away from these guys? They say that once you enter a noble family, you'll be as deep as the ocean. I think it's better to change it to entering the Jianghu. Those who aren't on the rankings want to enter the rankings, while those who are on the rankings want to be in the top 3. Bluebird, do you think I'll go crazy one day and try to be number 1? Back then, my second sister didn't want me to practice the blade because she was worried about this. Was she afraid that I'd go crazy one day and not care about anything else? Bluebird hesitated. She wasn't willing to speak clearly. She only spoke in a small roundabout way. Practicing martial arts is always good. Su Fengnian rarely thought deeply about Bluebird's past. First, they had known each other since they were young. Second, Bluebird was not a complicated woman. Although Bluebird was not as close as Sweet Potato in Wudong Garden, Su Fengnian believed that in private, the servant girls in the courtyard would be more willing to talk to Bluebird about boudoir. Of course, these kinds of boudoir conversations were not about the love affairs of ordinary families. They were about the matters of the military and the state. Baelyang Palace was a place filled with swords and spears. Even the servants were stained with the arrogance of the imperial court. Since Su Xiao could be called the second emperor, then the Baelyang army was like a small imperial court. In this way, what difference was there between the prince's manor and a small imperial palace? It was just that Su Xiao never admitted these sensitive facts. Su Fengnian stroked the pair of scabbards embroidered with winter and spring thunder and suddenly laughed. Bluebird smiled. Su Fengnian retracted his fingers as if he had been caught in bed. Although His Royal Highness had two sisters, when it came to telepathy, it was like a worm in his stomach. Just now, when he touched the scabbards, he remembered that the pair of scabbards on the table were White Fox's beloved personal items that she had worn for many years. When he touched them, he always felt that he was indirectly touching White Fox's face. This really made Su Fengnian feel strange. He didn't have a fetish for cutting off sleeves. It was really because White Fox's face was too beautiful. Who was the champion of this Rouge Review? Wasn't it Nangong Push, who was a man? When the mysterious Rouge House of Yunshan evaluated beauties, they would usually add more than 100 words to the beauty of the women on the list. Only Nangong Push was not mentioned in detail. They did not even mention his gender. When Su Fengnian first got the result, he laughed out loud. He thought that if the world knew that this guy was actually a man, would the woman behind White Fox's face be angry to death? At this moment, Su Fengnian loved the house and its crow. He was very curious about the woman on the list who was evaluated as not inferior to Nangong. He wondered why he had to meet her during this trip. Since White Fox's face was a man, he couldn't be his sister-in-law. Besides, he was doing closed-door training in the Tide Listening Pavilion, so there was no need to snatch the Baelyang. However, Chenyu, who was evaluated as not inferior to White Fox's face, just happened to snatch back the Baelyang and give it to his brother, Huang Man. It was not a joke when he said that he would find a wife for Long Xiang in the early years. Su Fengnian got up and said, "Let's go to the lake." Outside the door, Lu Yangshu and the other two retainers took turns to keep watch. At this moment, it was Big Sword Lu Qiantang who was on duty. He silently followed behind the master and retainer. Lean Goat Lake was famous all over the world. In terms of scenery, Lean Goat Lake could be said to be the best in the north and south. There were more than 100 famous scenic spots in the annals of history. Back then, the selection of the 10 sceneries of Lean Goat Lake caused a big fight among the literati. They all had their own praises and fought until their faces turned red. In the end, the Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy came forward and gave the final word. Su Fengnian walked on the horse riding embankment with Bluebird. The name of the embankment came from the idiom looking at flowers while riding a horse. The two sides of the embankment were full of flowers. It was brilliant every spring and summer. Su Fengnian, who had nothing to do, picked up the winter embroidery knife and teased the embankment along the way, plucking countless flowers. Su Fengnian, who was strolling under the moonlight, was bored to death. He casually picked a topic and said softly, "I'm sure the whole city of Xiangfan already knows that I've entered the city." Bluebird frowned and asked, "Was it King of Jing and Zhao Heng who spread the news? Is he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife?"